third. And all of these guys back in again this morning. And again, joined by the Welsh rocket it is, Dan Jervis. Dan, what a night that was last night. Pretty special, but what a fabulous morning we got this morning.
Yes, last night I thought was fantastic, especially Adam, of course, Philip Nowacki, Max Morgan. But this morning I'm looking forward to, of course, Adam getting back in the men's 50 breaststroke, the women's 400 metre IM, the 200 fly men, 100 backstroke women, 400 IM men, and of course my event, the 1500 freestyle women.
Indeed, it's just the first three heats of that 1500 metres freestyle, because it's actually a heat declared winner at these championships. So the final heat will be in this evening's finals. Here's heat one of the men's 50 metres breaststroke. There's 12 heats, and this is going to be very rapid. Just 5/100ths of a second split the top 8. These 8 here, the top 8, this first heat of 8 swimmers in this men's 50 metres breaststroke, just split by 5/100ths of a second on seeding. Very good start right at the top there. That's Johnny Martin of Perth City Swim Club, the red hat right at the very top there in lane 1. And 3 also going well is Finley Lowe of Blythe Barracudas. And these two look like they're leading down this last 5 metres. It's going to be tight. Got to hit the wall right on the end of a stroke. It's very good indeed. Look at that. 5/100 split them. 29.59 for Johnny Martin. Great swim from him. A 30.1 entry time, so that's good. So Martin wins it from Finley Lowe second and Lucas Thomas third.
Yeah, that was a great start from Johnny Martin. You know, 50 breaststroke, they don't have much time to get things wrong. Anything wrong will affect the end result. Obviously, Johnny winning that 29.59, Finley second, and Lucas Thomas from Nofio Gwynedd in third, 30.33. Very close between third and fourth as well. Just 6/100ths in it.
Well, 5/100 split 1 and 2, 6/100ths, as you say, Dan, split those two. Amazing. This is heat 2 of this men's 50 metres breaststroke. 12 heats in total. It's a lot of heats, but they will go through enormously quickly. 118 athletes entered for this men's 50 metres breaststroke, but believe me, it's going to get very, very fast, super quick. This is heat 2. Lucas Carter of Swindon Dolphin, fastest seed in 4. So it is Lucas Carter right in the centre there, in the black hat. Pretty good start. There's 10 lanes used in the heats. So right at the top there's lane 0, and closest to us is lane 9. But right at the top they're going really well. Kamatov of Ruston, Mark Kamatov, up in lane 0. Starting to come through now in 4 is Lucas Carter of Swindon Dolphins. And this is going to be tight. Who's going to get the touch? Really close. Wow, lane 8 got it. Goodness me. Paris Donnelly in lane 8 wins 29.59. Second 1/100th back was Lucas Carter, and another 100th back again. Gracious me, was Kanatov. Well, lane 8 wins it, lane 4 second, lane 0 third.
It was interesting to see the tactics in that race, Andy, because at 25 they were all in the line. At 30 they're all spread out.
And at the end, they were all in a line. 4/100 splitting the last 4. First 4, excuse me. 4/100ths. Thank goodness for electronic timing. Right, this one's a fascinating one. This is the third heat. And look down in lane 5, Martin Bennell. Martin, 49 years of age. Next to him in lane 4, the fastest seed, Leighton Lavelle. 16 years of age, just 33 years between the two. Martin Bennell of Basingstoke Bluefins, 3 times Masters World Champion in Singapore last year. Last time he qualified for trials was year 2000. So his last British trials was 2000. That's Martin Bennell in lane 5, and lane 4 was born in 2010. Quite extraordinary. This is heat 3 of the men's 50 metres breaststroke. He's going for a lifetime best, Bennell. We'll watch him in 5. He's going well at the moment. It looks like lane 2 possibly leading at the moment. That's Benjamin Davis of Mount Kelly. The white hat there looking very good. Also going well in 8 is Finley Gillam of Bromley. They're very much in a line here. It really is tight. Who's going to get the touch? It is Finley Gillam of Bromley, 29.12. Second was Benjamin Davis of Mount Kelly up there in lane 2. So it's 8 from 2 from 3. And that was Conor Bryan. And I can tell you that Martin Bennell went 29.96, just off his lifetime best of 29.77. But from the 49-year-old, he did very well indeed.
Yeah, Finley Gillam from Bromley winning that heat there in 29.12. Benjamin Davis the second, and coming up third, Conor Bryan.
What year were you born?
1996.
1996. Wow. So you were 4 years old when Martin Bennell last qualified for the National Championships?
Yes. Hey, age is just a number.
It is indeed. He's good. He's got to come back next year, because then he'll be 50. That really would be special. Come on, Martin. This is heat 4. Men's 50 breaststroke. Frederick Beasley of Poole is the fastest seed in 4. 5 is Freddie Carter of Wickham. Robson Miles of Glasgow in 3. So already on heat 4, this is rattling through, isn't it? And we'll have a look at the starts on the next one. Let's see if you can have a good look at those starts, the underwaters, and see what they do so well. This is the fourth heat, and up there in lane 1, 2, 3 it is, I think, at the moment. Robson Miles going very well for City of Glasgow, but really is all in a line. Wickham and District's Freddie Carter, the big white hat with a W on it, in lane 5, coming well. Looks like he's possibly going to get the touch in 5. He does. 29.20. Well, it was close, wasn't it? Second in lane 2 was Ben Roberts of Grantham, and in third, Andrew Hooper of Farnham. Nothing split in this field. It's just amazing how close it is.
It is close, but I think Freddie did lead from the dive there. You know, he really used the underwater distance. In breaststroke, it's the only stroke you can go past the 15-metre mark, but you are only allowed 1 kick. And Freddie winning that heat in 29.2, Benjamin Roberts in second, and Andrew Hooper in third.
So this is heat 5 of 12 heats, so very nearly halfway through already, and it's only 7 minutes into the meet. Oh my word. Egan Gallagher of University of Birmingham, the fastest seed in 4. And 3 is Julian Lee. 2, Joseph Storr. They're in 5. The second fastest seed is McGettigan of Thurrock. Cam White in 6. Have a look at this start here, see how they go. Really big underwater, big old kick.
Yeah, and that was actually quite a long wait at the start. They've got the starter has got to wait until everyone is completely still to pull that starting gun.
Indeed, and sometimes, you know, oh God, the starter held him a little bit long. Well, it's not his fault. It's the swimmers have to be absolutely still. Very good indeed in lane 3 here from Julian Lee of Bristol and South Gloucestershire. 29.62 is his entry time. 29.0 off a 29.6. Over half a second lifetime best on a 50 breaststroke.
I know you don't hear that much, but he actually swam that very similar to how we will see Adam swim later. He picked up in the last 25. You wouldn't think you could pace a 50. Now waiting for our results of heat 5. Julian Lee taking the win there, 29.06. Jeremiah Carnegie, 29.60, and Joseph Storr from Coventry taking the third place in 29.65. Andy, we've seen some fast swimming this morning, day 2.
It just seems to keep on rolling, doesn't it? I tell you what is wonderful, this facility, utterly brilliant, was built for the London 2012 Olympic Games, and it still is an absolutely wonderful facility. I think you said yesterday you think it's possibly the best aquatics centre in the world.
I think this pool just holds so much legacy.
Still in fabulous shape, and Aquatics GB really have done a super job of dressing it up. So this is heat 6 of the men's 50 metres breaststroke. Fastest seed in lane 4 is Ryan Griffiths. We've actually got a para-athlete in here, Harry Stewart, joined again by Paul Noble. We'll just follow his progress. He's up there in lane 1. There is a lane 0, of course, so he's the second from the top is Harry Stewart, and he's going well at the moment. It's right in the centre there in lane number 4. It's Ryan Griffiths of the City of Sheffield in that red hat. I think he's just leading, but it's mighty close. Stewart's going very well in 1. And he's actually come third, Stuart. That's a great swim from him. Lachlan Small wins it for Mount Kelly. They're having a great meet. Ryan Griffiths second for Sheffield, and I thought Harry Stewart, a super swim from him.
He was, and that is inside his own British record, Andy. That is a British record mark there for Harry Stewart, 29.19. It stood at 29.53. So he was a little bit disappointed with 100 yesterday, but he's made amends today in the 50. Great swim at the front of the field there from Lachlan Small, Mike Kelly, 29.06. And he takes it, Ryan Griffiths in second. But look at that, Harry Stewart, 29.19. Absolutely smashed his British record. As I said, disappointed with 100, but he'd be delighted with that 50 this morning. So a great start for the para swimmers this morning. And yeah, as you guys said, it's been a good start for this morning, isn't it? Lifetime bests all over the place.
I mean, a British record. How long are we into this morning's session? 10 minutes?
11
minutes.
Just clicked over. Absolutely right. Very, very quick indeed. Already halfway through this men's 50 metres breaststroke. Thank you, Paul. Taking us through Harry Stewart's British record for the S14's 50 breaststroke. Brilliant swim from him. This is heat 7. William Irvine of Mount Kelly, fastest seed. Just seen his teammate Lachlan Small win the previous heat. So we'll see how Mount Kelly, second performer this morning. William Irvine in lane number 4. He's going well. Really good start in 5 is Andrew Arthur of University of Aberdeen Performance. He is going well. Looks like he's leading at the moment. Also going well is Leon Taylor of City of Brighton and Hove in 8, closer to us. Coming back as the Mount Kelly athlete in 4 now, William Irvine. We'll see what's he going to do. He's just 4th. It was really close though, my word. 9-100 splitting the top 4. 29.06, Leon Taylor wins it. Second, Andrew Arthur, 29.10. And 29.12, Thomas Williams was 3rd. Wow, it's close.
I think, you know, we do talk about the dive a lot, but I think you got to focus as well on the finish, an extended stroke. Leon Taylor taking that heat, 29.06, followed by Andrew Arthur and then Thomas Williams. Andy, it was so close on that last race then. I didn't know who the first 4, how it was going to turn out, the first 4. It's all about that last stroke on breaststroke.
Well, it certainly is. You can see the E on this heat 8 on the right-hand side of that caption. It denotes that they're not British, so they won't be able to qualify for the British team to go to the European Championships this summer. Either the European Championships or European Juniors. There's also, of course, the Commonwealth Games for Scotland, England, Wales, Northern Ireland. So they can't progress through to the final. But delighted to see them performing here. There's quite a few of them. Finn Kemp, of course, one of the Luxembourg athletes representing Loughborough University. Great to see some international athletes here. So this is heat 8, and Joshua Press, University of Stirling, fastest seed in 4, and he's going well, but very well in 3 is Michael Ratchev of University of Nottingham, that green hat. And the Nottingham student, this is really good. Can he get the touch? Oh, I think 7 got it actually. Luke Iverson of Loughborough University swimming team, really good, on a joint second. Jamie Steadman in 8, Michael Ratchev. So 7 wins it from 3 and 8.
Andy, I think it's really good and important that we do have international athletes racing over here, because we do have in Britain some of the best swim programs in the world. Luke Ibsen from Loughborough University, one of the best swim programs in the world, winning that heat, followed by Michael from Nottingham and then Jamie Steadman in 3rd.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, and I think certainly there's quite a few university programs represented here. I have noticed actually Loughborough, they used to have a national performance team and also a university team based in the same pool, and they were very much split, they were very much divided. It's really come together under the 2 coaches there, Andy Mandy and Dave Hemmings, and it's great to see. I think also with the with the direction and encouragement of Aquatics GB, but they're really creating something special there at Loughborough at the moment.
Yeah, I think Loughborough University does have a legacy of just producing some incredible athletes, and you know, in all sports, but swimming especially. It's where Adam Peaty was for a long time.
Yes, he was. There's another one of the national centres. Actually, national centres, it's actually University of Bath, another one of those programmes where you've got a university team and a national centre team swimming at the same pool. Christian Ryan in this heat 9 of 12 of the men's 50 metres breaststroke, and it's coming to the sharp end. And Christian Ryan, really interestingly, his entry time's 28.94, and he split 28.89, 5 100ths faster than his entry time at the 50, going through the 100 in the final last night. Amazing. He's in 4. He was 5th in the final of the 100 metres breaststroke last night, so we'll see what he can do here. But very interesting, his entry time on this 50 slower than he split going through the 100. It really is fascinating. Up in lane 2 going well is Ethan Balin, Tadcaster York Sport Swim Squad. It's not one you want on a 50 metres, is it? It's a long old name, but Aaron Bissett also going well down in 8. Really quick, he's won it, 27.9. That's the first 27 we've seen so far. That's Aaron Bissett right at the bottom there, lane 8 for Royal Tunbridge Wells Monson.
Yes, Aaron, I think he led that from the start. He especially picked up on that last 25, you know, his first breakout stroke. Everyone back home, you know, the breakout stroke in breaststroke is vital, because if you push down, you're going to lose momentum. You want to push to the side. Aaron Bissett winning that heat. Christian Ryan in 2nd place, and Ethan Balin in 3rd.
And I could tell you that Aaron Bissett there has just done the consideration time for the European Junior Championships. You have to do it in the final if you're going to go, so it's a fantastic thing to have done in the heats, but he must perform that again in the final. Wouldn't it be great to see him at the European Juniors? So this is going to be very, very interesting. It's the first of the cycle-seeded heats. Max Morgan, the defending champion in this 50 breaststroke, goes in lane 4. Bronze on the 100 last night, a huge lifetime best there. And we'll just keep an eye on the world junior record, because he's very quick. Not sure he'll do it in the heats. But, no, he may well do. I think it's 26.97, I think, held by the Olympic champion. So we'll just keep an eye on that for you. The blue hat right in the centre. So right in the centre here is going well, Max Morgan from Reed Swimming Club. 27.2 is his entry time. He is the defending champion, and this is very good indeed. Well, let's have a look. Was he going to get under 27? Oh, just outside, 27.28. So that's season's best for Max Morgan, and he's really swimming, he's shaking his head. I think he's overly excited, but it was a good swim.
I thought that was great. You know, we did see Max win that bronze medal last night in the 100. It was interesting to see. It'd be interesting to know how he recovered from last night. But this morning, you know, we are expecting to see him in the final tonight. So maybe he's just having a play around there. But I mean, 3rd in that race, Rory Dickinson. Just ahead, Charlie Joe Hallett. Winning was Max Morgan from Reed's Swimming Club.
Well, what a start to these last 3 cycle-seeded heats. All the heats, of course, seeded. They get faster and faster until you get to the last 3, and then they evenly distribute the quickies among the last 3. And look at this, Philip Nowacki in 4, Greg Butler in 5, Rowan Smith in 3. He was 5th last year. Philip Nowacki, silver in the 100 last night. Went underneath the European consideration time to go to the European Championships in Paris this year, 59.3. World Junior Champion. World Junior Champion 100 and 200. So let's see what he can do here on this 50. He's right in the centre. This might be a little bit short for him, but it'll be good for his 100 and very good for his 200 as well to get some raw speed practice. Still a Millfield School student, age 19. Lovely stroke as well. Wow, he's porpoising. He's staying so high over the water. It's like one of those little water boatmen that skate over the top of a pond, isn't he? He's brilliant. Look at this. And the time, 27.39. So a tiny bit slower than Max Morgan's time that won that previous heat. Then Greg Butler 2nd and Dominic Poling 3rd.
Yeah, Philip cut into the water like a knife there, you know. Obviously, we know him from the 200. The 100 last night, he won the silver medal, and it's interesting to see how his stroke rate changes. Like, that was a pretty high stroke rate there.
Well, it's effective, 27.39. I think they'll be looking for as close to sub 27 this evening as they can if they're going to challenge the world record holder, who's going in lane 4 in the next heat. Look at this, but he's not even fastest seed. Archie Goodburn swam a really good heat at the 100 metres breaststroke. He's the fastest seed in 4, Edinburgh University, but the world record holder, Adam Peaty, in 5. And what a brilliant 100. There he is. And I tell you, he's a big unit. He's not particularly tall, but when you stand next to him, you feel tiny just because he's so powerful, so strong.
Everyone back home, watch Adam, what he's doing right now. Look at him, he's taking deep breaths right there, breathing in the arena, owning his stage.
He really does. He's on great form, and that time that he won the final last night at the British Championships, the Aquatics GB Championships, faster than the gold medal was won at the Olympic Games in Paris 2 years ago. Incredible. The double Olympic champion on 100 breaststroke, world record holder on the 100, and this the 50. Final heat. PT right in the centre in lane 5 with Goodburn in 4, Fraser Lewis in 3, Finn Kemp in 2. And let's see what Adam Peaty's got here. He used to just spin around and really not hold quite as much water. Then he got it and got it right and went 25.9 to break the world record. And that was something unbelievable. I was in that stadium when he did it. Just hush. And again, there's hush here, just watching him. Everybody watching Adam Peaty. And this is great. Is he going to go close? He's gone under 27. 26.87. Brilliant from him. Yes, look at that. Look at that. A little nod. A little look to the heavens, say thank you. That's a great swim from Peaty, and what a heat from Adam Peaty.
Yeah, he did seem happy with that. And Andy, I just want to talk about, yesterday we were watching him warm up. Everyone stops and watches him because he swims textbook breaststroke. If you want to learn how to do breaststroke, he is the guy to watch.
Well, it really is. They're just holding at a moment, so they're just checking everybody, just to make sure there's nothing untoward. And breaststroke, of course, now there's video cameras everywhere, and they do pick up on all the little elements, many elements that can go wrong on breaststroke. The underwaters, you can only do one kick, and they seem to do it before they do the underwater pull, and sometimes if you wriggle, it can be 2. But I think certainly Adam, I'm sure, will be okay, and Archie Goodburn too, right in the centre. Adam was first to touch 26.8, that's quick. Goodburn was second. Kyle Booth was third, and there is a disqualification. It was from lane 0, so I don't think it'll make too much difference to the finalists this evening. But great swimming from Adam Peaty of Repton. 26.87 wins it. Goodburn second, Kyle Booth third. Very impressive indeed. So Peaty will go through to the final fastest, and that's outstanding. So here's confirmation of the results, the summary, the finalists. Peaty goes in fastest on either side of him. He's got Max Morgan in 5 this evening, Archie Goodburn in 3, Navaki's in there. Joint first reserve, so I don't know if they'll swim off for that or whether they'll just either go into the junior final or the B final. I would imagine they'll have a swim off. And so many championships being competed to qualify for here at these championships, Dan, as the Europeans and the European juniors, and then all those Commonwealth Games. And so much to look out for.
Yeah, we're not going to be short on watching sport this year, Andy, but you know, that was some fantastic breaststroke heats this morning. I think we're going to see some fireworks tonight. I don't know if anyone watched last night. I'm hoping you did, but we had a light show before, and that definitely will affect the swimmers in a good way. Their hearts will be pumping. They'll be ready to go.
Well, they certainly will. Were you pre-selected for the Commonwealth Games and European Championships ever, or did you have to always qualify?
Oh, I always had to qualify.
Did you?
Yeah, I think it's, to be honest, I didn't really pay much attention to the qualification stuff, because otherwise it'd play in my mind. I'd just rather swim and then find out later.
Really? Wow. Yeah. Gosh, that's wow.
It's because it can put pressure on you.
Yeah, it can. 4 hours. Adam Peaty just gone past. He said he got 4 hours sleep. Adam, why'd you have 4 hours sleep? For caffeine? Oh, his brain was going 100 miles an hour. There we go. Just checking for you. Up to date here at Aquatics GB commentary team. I tell you what, Dan Jervis, right on top of it. So next up, straight into the 400 medley. 7 heats of this. And the first heat, Clara Guinness of Repton is the fastest sea. Just 4 in this first heat. There are 7 heats of it. Did you ever swim 400 medley, Dan? Could you do 400 medley?
That was my first ever national medal. 400 medley, yeah. Bronze, 2014. I won a Commonwealth medal before I won a national medal.
Good heavens.
I know.
And the 400 medley was which event? Which championship?
It was the Summer Age Group Nationals in 2014. It was just after Glasgow. 2014, you were age 5? Thank you. No, I just turned 18.
18, I didn't know that. Dan Jervis was a medley swimmer. You know, my first international was 400 medley.
Yeah.
It was a tri-meet between Britain, Holland and Germany in a place called Sittard. I don't actually remember where that is, but anyway.
That's definitely not in the UK.
And it hurt so much I never did it again.
Yeah, I'd say 400 IM is one of the most unforgiving events in the pool. It is in the conversation of which is the hardest event. Obviously, I'm biased. I'd say the 1500, but I think a very close runner-up, if not the same, is the 400 IM. It's just a killer.
Well, I'll come to that in a second, because I want to ask you, if you weren't biased, because you've got to say it, because you're 1500 freestyle, it's like the goalkeeping committee in football, isn't it? But if you weren't biased, it would be quite interesting to know what you really think is the hardest. But let me ask you that in a second. Charlotte Johnson of Swansea University leading up there in lane 3 on this first 100 of the first heat of 7 of the women's 400 medley. And Johnson turning first by about 1.8 seconds. She's got a good lead there. From second place, it's Kayla Wimble. Third, Clara Guinness, and then fourth is Summer Martin at the moment. But certainly the first 3 all in a line. And how did you swim the 400 medley? Because if you were a national age group medalist, you must have been pretty good. Obviously, your freestyle was good. But what about your other strokes?
I was an all-right fly swimmer. I got the job done. I was within the mix, you know. I was probably end the fly in about 4th. I was quite a good backstroker. When I first moved to Swansea in 2012, I was a backstroker. I was a 100 and 200 backstroker.
Moved from where?
I moved from HEATS Swimming Club. So I'm from the valleys of South Wales. Ooh, and that's where I born and bred. And then breaststroke, it was an issue. I just couldn't do it. Couldn't do it. So that's why I have so much respect for these breaststrokers, because I don't know how they do it, honestly.
It is so important, the breaststroke in the medley. And you often see the greatest medley swimmers in the world, like Leon Marchand, Michael Phelps. Their breaststroke were just brilliant. And of course, Leon Marchand, well, he won the Olympics on the 2 fly, the 200 breaststroke in the same session, and then went on and won the 200 and 400 medley. So the importance of breaststroke, just amazing. So first to turn at the halfway in this first heat of the women's 400 medley. It is lane 4. It's Clara Guinness of Repton. Very strong backstroke. Decent breaststroke as well. Have a look at this breaststroke for us here, Dan.
Yeah, she's very long underwater, you know. We watched Philip Nowacki, we watched him do the 50 breaststroke. Now, obviously, he had a very high stroke rate, but when you see him later on in the week do the 200 breaststroke, he's long under the water. He's a good 2.5 seconds under. And as we said last night, the longer you are underwater, the quicker you are. Especially if you streamline, you need to look like a pencil underwater. And come into the 250 turn there. Lane 4, Guinness, 3:08.89. It's quite close between 1 and 2 here. I think it could all come to the last 100. I think some of these swimmers as well. It was the women's 200 fly yesterday. You know, a lot of these women did do that event, and coming from the 200 fly to the 400 IM, that is a pretty tough turnaround. It'd be interesting to find out how they did recover. Obviously, they would have done a lot of stretching. The nutrition would have been key. I know for a fact we saw Charlotte Johnson do the 200 fly yesterday. She was well ahead after the fly. I think she could pick up a bit on the 100 freestyle for sure, on this last 100 freestyle for sure, but we are seeing lane 4 and 5 scrap it out on this last 100. Kayla Wimble slowly taking the lead.
Well, this is a good scrap, isn't it? Probably one of the events that at the moment in Britain is a little bit weaker, certainly these championships, and we've got a very, very quick, fastest seed. Some of the events are absolutely stacked. The women's 100 metres freestyle was wonderful last night to see all 4 swimming really quick, and that's delivering the 4x100 women's freestyle relay to qualify for the European Championship. So that was a great swim, and they did it by, what, 1.5 seconds or something like that. But sometimes you have deeper events and sometimes slightly less deep, and this at the moment is one of those. Even though we have a world champion from a couple of years ago, Freya Colbert, she's decided not to swim it here. Focusing more on the freestyle events at the moment. But in lane 4, Clara Guinness of Repton, her entry time is 5:07.3, and she's going to be well under that. Look at that. 5:07.3, and she's gone 5:04.3. So 3-second lifetime best for the winner. Well done, Clara Guinness of Repton. Super swimming from her. Second was Kayla Wimble, and third Summer Martin, with Charlotte Johnson in fourth. So just 7 heats of this women's 400 IM. 64 entrants. Chloe Grosvenor of Birmingham's the fastest seed in the second heat. There we go. Charlotte Cope up there in lane 0. Great to see them using 10 lanes in the heats. I still don't quite know why. If you've got a 10-lane pool, it is World Aquatics rules, I think, and everyone uses it. But if you've got 10 lanes in a heat, why on earth don't you use 10 lanes in the final? Don't get that. They only ever use 8. I don't know why. Maybe a throwback to when there was only 8 lanes in a swimming pool, but now most of the internationals, I think all of them, have to have 10 lanes to hold a major international.
I can answer that for you, Andy. That is to do with the water bouncing off the wall, edge of the walls.
But if it's okay in the heats, why is it not okay in the final? Yes, I get the fact that you have 10 in the heat, and that's a good idea if you've got 10 lanes. I just don't quite understand why you wouldn't put all 10 lanes in the final as well. I'd be happy to swim on an outside lane in the final. If it's the difference between, well, you were 9th or 10th, so you don't get to swim, or you can swim in lane 0 or 9, but it's against the wall. Oh, give me a final slot. And as I said, said earlier, it's it is a World Aquatics rule, so it's not Aquatics GB, or it's not European Aquatics. This is a world, but I don't know. Give me the option. I'd definitely take it. Would you? Olympic final, you're 9th. Oh, sorry, Dan. Or lane 0. Taking it?
Oh, 100%. There's no question. 100%. You know, you often see, I mean, in the final, the outside lanes, instead of 0 and 9, they become 1 and 8. We often see winners in those lanes.
Point made.
Yeah. Outside smokers. They make the event interesting.
Wow, I believe, actually, just having a quick chat with our guru here, John Bailey, and he tells me that if there's a tie for 8th going into a final, they don't have a swim-off, they stick both of them in. So they do swim for 200 metres upwards. Why? Why not 100s? What have they got? Discrimination. I'm going to get the union of 50 and 100 metre swimmers to complain. That is clear discrimination. Shocking. Absolutely disgraceful. Anyway, talking about outside smokers, just have a quick look here for me.
You just took the words right out of my mouth, Andy. Lane 9, Lily Rose Carr. She's taken the lead here, especially in the backstroke. That backstroke to breaststroke turn looking great there. 2:26.79 at the halfway mark. She's looking strong. A lot of the IM, Andy, is decided on the breaststroke. I think it's like Marmite breaststroke. You either love it and are good at it, or you hate it and you're not very good at it. And I didn't like it.
You and me both. I have to say, I was British record holder, senior or junior on fly, back and free. So the medley was a no-brainer, right? No. Breaststroke, utterly shocking. In fact, I was lucky enough to be given one-on-one technique coaching when I was years ago over in Arizona. And one-on-one for a week. And I went slower at the end of the week than I did at the start of the week. I was so disappointed. I was embarrassed, but I just couldn't do it. My knees didn't work. Anyway, still going well on the outside lanes here, both in lane 0 and in 9. Right at the top there, Charlotte Cope of Guildford City. She is going well, and that black hat closest to us is Lily Rose Carr of City of Lincoln Pentaqua Swimming Club. Also coming back with the orange hat in lane number 7 is Lexi O'Connor of Basildon and Phoenix. I think Doug Campbell coaches at Basildon and Phoenix. I've seen him here, looking svelte-like. Olympian himself. Right at the top there, really great breaststroke is Charlotte Cope from Guildford.
I think it's races like this why I enjoy commentating mostly on longer events, 400 IM, 4:8:15, because I love the strategy. I mean, like as we just said, fly, you can be great at fly back freestyle, but if you're not the best at breaststroke, then it can change the order of the race completely.
It really can, and I have to say, commentating him in Paris, it was such an honour and a joy to watch Leon Marchand win that 200 and the 400, and probably one of the races I enjoy commentating on most. As an athlete at the Paris Olympics, Dan, did you all stop and watch Leon Marchand's medleys if you could, or were you just not so interested and it's just another race?
We were 100% interested, but I know I was warming up for my event that day, and so I didn't really have time to sit and watch. But you know, an athlete like him and Duncan, I mean, he was in that event as well in the 200 IM, and you know, they are people that you do stop and watch. But Charlotte Cope is leading this race now into the last 15. Fantastic breaststroke from her. She's held her own on the freestyle, but we are also seeing a good last boost from Lexi O'Connor from Basildon and Phoenix. Who's going to take this win? It is Charlotte Cope, 5:05.6, followed by Lily Rose Carr, 5:05, and then Lexi O'Connor. Outside smokers, that's what we like to see.
Well, 2/100ths of a second, splitting lanes 0 and 9, first and second, and that, Daniel, is my point. Why would you not have outside lanes in the finals? I think I might have made a point, so I'll probably move on from that, but maybe I won't. No, I will. Great swimming there from the two outsides. Charlotte Cope wins it. 5:05.60, 2/100ths behind. There were 10 lanes splitting them. Lily Rose Carr from Lincoln, great swim from her as well. And when I tell you that their entry times were 5:06 and 5:07, that's really good swimming from both of them. Lexi O'Connor third. Doug will be happy with her. Heat 3 of 7 of the women's 4 AM. Evie Horton of Wigan in lane 4. Again, the fastest seed. Starting to get to the sharp end now. For some reason, they only cycle seed the last 2 heats on the 4s, the 8s, and the 15s, but they cycle seed the last 3 heats on the 50, the 100, and the 200. So they spread the fastest 20 over the last 2 heats. And the fastest 30 spread evenly in the sprint events, the 50s, the 100s, and the 200s. Again, another interesting one. Not quite sure why they do that. I know why they cycle see them, so you don't get all the fast guys in the last heat, and then likely many of those will just swim against each other in the final again. So you don't really want to do that. That's a good idea, but I don't quite understand why they do only the last 2 heats for the 4s, 8s, and 15s, and the last 3 heats for the 50s, 100s, and 200s. I do understand that they have smaller fields on the longer distances, so maybe there's not always 30 swimmers to cycle seed, but you know, if Adam Peaty was in the distance race, I'd want to be in his heat rather than not. I mean, you know, outside lane again, give me lane 9 with Adam Peaty, and that would be so proud, particularly as a junior. It'd be so exciting.
Yeah,
You just have to ask Adam to do the 4 a.m. Dan, you ask him.
I wonder why these sprinters don't want to do the distance events.
Very good reason. It's not sensible. Very close down this first 100. Moving on swiftly.
Yeah, very close. Lane 1 and lane 7 joint first in that first 100. As I said earlier, Andy, a lot of these girls did do the 200 fly from last night, and it is important to know that they would have gone home, they would have done a lot of stretching, nutrition would have been key. I would have thought they'd be loading up on the carbs last night, the slow release energy, the spaghetti bolognese. That was my go-to the night before my main event, but they would have also had a lot of help from the coaches and the physios. Now in Great Britain we are very lucky, we have some of the best physios in the world, especially in the Aquatics GB team. Now they would have had a good massage last night, one of my favourite things to do in a competition. I mean, the sport massages were quite unforgiving, they were painful, but
I was going to say, you get a good one of those and you can be quite sore afterwards, so really dig in and they get the old elbows out. My word. Used to have some fabulous physios. Pam Smith was ours way back when. Very good indeed. So this is the third heat of 7 of the women's 4 a.m. Right in the centre in lane 5. Sophia Gledhill, University of Surrey. She's first to turn. Right at the top there again, another outsider. There's Matilda Boyce of Bracknell and Woking. Really good first half. First fly and backstroke, and the breaststroke solid, very strong from Ellen Winstanley of City of Hereford in 7. She's closer to us, but look at the long, beautiful gliding stroke right in the centre there of the blue hat of Sophia Gledhill of University of Surrey.
She does make it look easy, you know, as we said earlier. Long underwater, like a pencil cutting through the water, and the longer time you spend underwater, not too long, obviously, because you can slow down and lose your momentum, but the more you are underwater, the faster you are.
I was talking to one of the Loughborough coaches a little while ago, and they were talking about just maximising the distance you can get at speed for a minimum amount of effort. So really being as efficient as you possibly can, and it's pretty good here. Like you can see on this breaststroke leg here, right in the centre. Try and not have anything sticking out, so you've got no speed bumps, so to speak, and really try and maximise the distance per stroke, maintaining the speed, maintaining the stroke. A really good breaststroke coming in here now. That red hat, just one lane up. I think that's Summer Evanson.
Talking about that distance underwater, if you watch Olivia Robbins in lane 1 and Matilda Boyce in lane 0, that is a perfect example. For every one stroke Olivia Robbins does, Matilda Boyce has done 1 stroke and a half. So Olivia Robbins leading into that last 100 there in 3:53. Looks like a good freestyler. There's a bit of a scrap going on between 5, 6 and 7. Freestyle is also a determiner, you know, in the 400 IM. That was my go-to. I used to use my breaststroke, as we've said. I was not a good strong breaststroker, but I used to use the breaststroke leg as a bit of a breather, just so I could really smash out the 100 freestyle at the end.
Yes, I think that's probably why you went to 1500 metres freestyle and didn't keep going with the IM.
Do you know, if I could choose though, I probably would have chosen IM, 400 IM. I love the strategy of it, yeah.
What, having a breather on the breaststroke?
Exactly, cover break.
Nice and easy. Well, Matilda Boyce coming back at the top here again. The outside lane's very strong in this 400 medley for women. And the Bracknell and Wokingham swim team athlete here right at the top there. Matilda Boyce swim really well. Well done her. That's a great swim. Well, their entry time 5:05.54. She's just gone 5:03.6, so 1.9 second lifetime best from the winner. Olivia Robbins in second place, I think. Yes, she was. And she's gone 5:04, so that's a lifetime best by over a second. Brilliant from her as well. And third was Summer Everson of Watford. So quite a few juniors, 6 juniors in that event, and the top 4 were all juniors. Boyce, Robbins, Everson and Winstanley. Look at that.
And now we look at the start list for Heat 4 of 7 in this women's 400 IM. Lily Freeman in lane 4. Abby Mitchell in lane 3 from Swansea University.
Take your marks.
Already we've seen a little bit of a break on the bottom half of the screen there in the fly. Maybe it's their strongest event, butterfly, you know, but we'll see the back breaststroke and freestyle. Scarlett Davy, the first 50 of that fly. 30.52. That's a pretty shifty first 50 for a 400 IM. She does have 7 lengths to go. I hope she hasn't gone out too quick, but you know, these are well-experienced swimmers. Aged 18, Scarlett, you know, this would not have been her first 400 IM.
And again, up in lane 0, leading possibly from lane 2. Quite sure. Nuala Gow looking very good in 2. Also down here in lane, what is that? Get my 7s, 8s and 9s all mixed up here. So very good in lane 6 there. Rose O'Brien, Portsmouth North Sea. But first the turn was Nuala Gow up there in 2. All very close indeed down that first 100. Chloe Barnard of Basildon and Phoenix, another Basildon swimmer. Todd Campbell doing a great job with his team here on the 400 medley for women. This is the heat 4. So 2 more non-cycle seeded heats and then those fastest 20 split among those last 2 heats. And Chloe going over first. Second in 6 is Rose O'Brien. Interesting stroke. Let's just have a little look at Chloe Barnard's stroke down here. Dan, it's knees coming up a little bit high. I wonder if maybe she could just tighten her core a little bit and maybe put her head back a tiny bit, keep those legs a little bit straighter maybe.
Yeah, the aim in the water is obviously to keep her streamlined. You know, lifting those knees a little bit is causing a little bit of drag on the lower half of the body. Chloe, you know, she's only 17 years of age. She's very young. She's got a lot of learning to do in this event, and it's events like this where you learn the most. You know, you learn from your mistakes. But she's got a good breaststroke and 2 lanes up from her. Rose O'Brien. She's got a very good breaststroke. She's taking the lead a little bit now. Long under the water, as we spoke about earlier, like a pencil under. Tell you what, thinking back to some of the 400 IMs that I've watched, one of the best races I've ever seen was Katinka Horzut 2017 World Championships in Budapest. Basically, it was the World Championships slash the Katinka Horzut show, because it was in Budapest. Hungary, 18,000 people in the crowd, and I think 17,999 were Hungarian, and it was like a stadium concert.
And you
tell you that, and me. Go GB.
She was something special, wasn't she? The Iron Lady, they called her, and she was absolutely hard as nails. This is a very good breaststroke. Look at this. Right up there in lane number 2. It's Nuala Gow. Well, she turned first, I think, after the butterfly. Good backstroke as well, and very efficient, effective breaststroke from Nuala. And she's turned about 4 seconds ahead of the rest of the field, something like that. So really good fly back breast. What she got on the freestyle now. Breathing to her left-hand side, and she'll be now over to her right as well. So she's doing 2 or 3 strokes to one side and then 2 or 3 strokes to the other side. Try and keep it nice and balanced.
At least she can see where everyone else is in the field. She can see she's ahead, so I think adrenaline will get her through this last 55 metres. But obviously she's here to get a good time, and she's not going to be backing off later on, you know. I think in some of the last few heats of this, a lot of the athletes would expect to get to the final, and so they will slowly maybe back off on the freestyle a little bit to conserve their energy. But certainly Gao in lane 2 will not be doing that. She wants to get personal best this morning.
Well, Gao is going well, and coming back is Rose O'Brien again. She had a really good fly back, breaststroke. Nuala Gao just overtook her, but coming back very quickly on this freestyle. Good scrap now between lanes 2 and 6. That's Gao and O'Brien. I think Gao's going to get it up the top there. It's going to be close, very close indeed. Less than half a second splitting the two on 4:57.79. That is right on her lifetime best. Very good swimming, and it's well under her season's best. 5:03 was the best time she's done this year. She's just gone 4:57. Well done. There's a lovely smile as well. Well done. Go on. There you go. Well done. Well done, Nuala.
We've talked about last night. I'm trying to think of the right word, not borderlines, but when you break the 4-minute mark in the 400 freestyle, when you break the 15-minute mark in the 1500, the barriers, that's the right word, in the 1500 freestyle, you know, it is definitely a barrier to break. But Nuala Gao taking that heat, very closely followed by Rose O'Brien, just half a second behind in second, and Scarlett Davey in third.
And talking about barriers there, look at Rose O'Brien, never gone under 5 minutes, and she's gone 4:58.2, so she doesn't do 4:59s, does she? Straight from 5:01 to 4:58, very good from her. Holly Wayman, the fastest seed in this, the last of the uncycle seeded heats. It's heat 5 of 7. Very nearly through this women's 4 AM, my word. And Evie O'Halloran Hutchinson of University of Stirling. And Evie O'Halloran Hutchinson, well, I'm very pleased she's not a 50 freestyler, because trying to get her name in a tight finish would be a real challenge. Lovely fly up there in lane 3. That's Erin Perman of Exeter City. A bright green hat up there in 3. Lovely stroke, head down and then head up, so breathing every 2s. She looks like she's got really good easy speed, does Erin Pearman in 3. A green hat there just about turning first, I think. Yeah, just talk us through easy speed, Dan, because it's a funny concept, isn't it?
It is, but it is something that we use in training. So easy speed, the best I can describe it is it's the fastest you can go, feeling the easiest. So you got to try and, it's efficiency, that's what you do, and there's many drills that you can do to practice that easy speed. There was something that we used to do, an easy speed test in Swansea, where we used to do 1250s, and used to try and keep the same stroke rate, the same stroke count, but lower the time. So I obviously used to try and do 50 meters in 30 strokes, starting off, I guess, at 35 seconds, the next 50, 34, and it's just to practice that stretch out in the water. Try to look 9 foot long.
We've got Matilda Ransom closest to us in lane 9, University of Bath swimmer. First the touch after the fly, looks good on the fly. Interesting backstroke, interesting entry. Her left arm, the one closer to us, just maybe going slightly over the centre line. If she just puts that in at 11 o'clock and 1 o'clock rather than 12 or 12:30, 12:45. Over up in lane number 3, Erin Pearman. Really good fly from Exeter, and very good backstroke as well. Lovely, long, languid, easy stroke there. Slightly better kick, just making the water boil with her feet, but not seeing her knees coming out of the water.
Erin Pearman has a lovely backstroke there. As you can see, she's coming out of the water with the left hand, thumb first, twisting the arm, and then entering with little finger first. Anyone back home trying to do backstroke, this is how you do learn it. My niece, actually, she's a backstroker, 9. She's done her first competition, her first long course competition a few weeks ago. Olivia, I hope you're watching. Well, actually, Olivia, I hope you're in school. Watch it back tonight.
Wow, that's quite a thing to skip school for, isn't it? The 400 IM heat stand. That would be something special. How old is your niece?
She's 9.
Sweetheart, and she's swimming already. Wow,
yes.
that's early.
Yeah.
She's got good genes, though, I guess.
Well, hopefully she wants to be like her Uncle Dan. On
Not on
backstroke.
backstroke, and definitely not on breaststroke. All right, but apart from those two. Yeah, she's not a sprinter, she's not a backstroker, she's not a breaststroker, but, well, what's her name again?
Olivia Divers. I do tell Olivia, yeah, because she's 9, you know.
Divers.
Divers, that's the second
Great name
Yeah.
for a swimmer.
Yeah, it is.
Super.
Wrong sport.
Yeah, I love that.
But I do, you know, advice that I'd give to Olivia is do all the strokes, feel which one's your best. I know she's not a fan of the breaststroke, she's a bit like Uncle Dan with that one. But I say, you know, do all the events, see what you like, see what you've done, and then as you get older, that's when you start to kind of focus on your more main events. I didn't find my main event, Andy, until I was 16.
Yeah, I very similar. I was a backstroker and a freestyler, and then found butterfly, really, when I was 16. And then 17, 18, 19, swam at the Olympics on the fly, really enjoyed it. Came back and got a medal. That was great fun. I also did the freestyle, and I kept the other strokes going. Sometimes your main event doesn't quite work, and it's great to have a second event if you can, particularly if it's a second stroke. And I found backstroke quite a useful one to do. So if it doesn't quite work on your front, and you just spin over and do it on your back, and generally one of the two works. So I completely agree, and I think it's really a great advice, Dan. Try and keep as many options open as you can for as long as possible as youngsters, because you never quite know what your main event is.
Andy, I want to talk to you in the next heat about variety in swimming, but just to go back on this race now, Darcy Platts going to this last 50 ahead, 4:29. She's looking very strong. She's a good freestyler. She's breathing bilaterally, which means she's breathing every other. Looking to the right, one stroke, breathing to the left. So she knows she's ahead. She can see the rest of the field, but heading into this last 25 now, she is ahead. She's looking very strong in the water, especially because she's just done 375 metres.
Oh, Darcy's freestyle, very good as well. Lovely long stroke, driving with her legs. Maybe that right leg just coming out a little bit much. She can go even quick, you know. That's really good. 5:02.65 from Darcy. One of the juniors here. 8 juniors in this heat 5 of the women's 400 medley. And the City of Leicester athlete up there in lane 1. You can never quite tell. Is she happy with that? It's hard to know, isn't it? 4:57, still the fastest seed, and she was 5:02.65 wins it. So Darcy Platts wins it from Isabel Hall second, Erin Perman third. A great fly back from the Exeter City athlete. And 5:02.65 wins it.
It is interesting to see how cool and collected these athletes are getting out of the water after a 400 AM. That just shows the fitness. I'd be still in the water now calling the lifeguard over. Please, come on, I need a bit of help here.
Yeah. I think, well, watching some of the para races, they do, by necessity, they have some help, some of them getting out of the water. It's such a great idea. Looking back to some of my races, I know it was 100 fly and I was able-bodied. How they do it, I have no idea. Such admiration for some of those. Not least, actually, the visually impaired, the ones who can't see anything, and they have blacked-out goggles. It'd be quite interesting to... Did you ever swim with blacked-out goggles?
Oh, no.
That'd be extraordinary.
No, I didn't.
They can't see a thing. Amazing they are. Really, total admiration.
Take your marks.
Talking about blacked out goggles, Andy, I know Eliza Humphrey, who we did see swimming last night, does now swim for Swansea University. So we'll talk about that again tonight. I'll go and speak to the Swansea University coach later and ask about how she does it, how she turns and how she knows where the turn is, how she knows where the wall is. That will be an interesting question for the Swansea University coach later.
I think Kerry-Ann Payne, who's a very, very good distance swimmer, I think she's world champion in the 10,000 metres open water. I think she used to do training with blacked-out goggles, or maybe no goggles, just to try and practice swimming straight. I think she used to do that quite a lot, and it helped her an awful lot for the open water, because you can't see an awful lot in open water, and it's very important, if you can, to try and swim as straight as possible. I think she did quite a lot of practice with either no goggles or blacked-out goggles. Very strong butterfly here from Susie McNair of University of Stirling in 3. And McNair leading from the Wirral Metro swimmer, Abby Roscoe, who won the junior final of the 200 fly. She's in 4. 14-year-old Emily England Hall up there in lane 0 for Leeds. Leeds got a great age group programme, they really do. But leading at the moment, and by quite a distance here, up in lane 3, is Susie McNair of Stirling.
Yeah, again, great backstroke. Out with the thumb, in with the small little finger. That's how you learn to do it from a young age. But, Andy, we talked in the last race, and I wanted to ask you about variety in doing different strokes in different events. Why do you, I have an opinion, but why do you think it's important for not just to do your main event in every competition? Do you have a thought on that?
Not just your main event in every competition. Well, I suppose as an age group, are really important to keep on trying out all the different events. And just see see which of your events you end up best at. And I've got to tell you, Dan, if you don't mind me, maybe you can ask her as well, because we've just had an absolute superstar join us in the commentary box on this women's 4 a.m. It's heat 6 of 7. And the British record holder, Hannah Miley, has just joined us. Hannah Miley, welcome to the commentary box.
Good morning.
How are you?
I'm good, thanks. How are you?
Well, very good. Fantastic to have you in here. And we're watching at the moment up there in lane 3, Susie McNair of Stirling, one of your countrywomen. And she had a super fly. She had about this much lead, maybe increased it a little bit on the backstroke. But look at this breaststroke for us, will you? Just have a quick look at the technique, because she's got lovely technique on the breaststroke.
She does. She has a really nice long stroke, actually, for the medley. That's the thing I find fascinating about doing breaststroke in the IM. So many different ways of swimming it. Some people go, for me personally, I had a higher tempo. I quite enjoyed that. It's like skipping a stone across the water. For some individuals, they get more power from that length and glide. But we can see here, Susie's really getting that glide nice and strong as she comes into this turn here. And she seems to be maintaining that lead really nicely. And yeah, it's sometimes the make or break within the IM. Sometimes breaststroke can require a bit of a change of the guard, but it seems Susie's holding off the rest of the field here.
Anna, I'm going to ask you the question now that I just asked Andy, because I want to get your opinion on it as a 400 medley champion. What is your opinion on doing the different, like trying different events out? Obviously, Andy was a 100 fly specialist, but he would have done other events in different competitions.
Oi! A British record, fly back and free, mate.
But did you do all other events as well?
Yes, I did. I guess I was kind of renowned for dabbling my toe in the odd event or two, mainly 200s and above. 100s were a little bit too short, but for setting up the medley, it's really important to have that vast range of strokes, because you have to be a versatile swimmer. For some individuals, they may have the strength on the front half, the butterfly and the backstroke, so working on your breaststroke and freestyle in the individual events can really help set up a good, solid 400 IM.
That's the answer I would have given, Dan, if I'd had time to answer it. But let's just go back to this heat 6 of the women's 4 a.m. There's just one more heat after this, and it's starting to get fast here. It really is. So Susie McNair of University of Stirling swam really well, and she's had about 4, 5, 6, 7 metre lead all the way through this race, straight from the fly into the back, through the breaststroke, and very good on the freestyle. Also coming back now is Holly Hopwood of Guildford, sitting down in lane 8, just at the bottom of that shot. But it's really been all about Susie McNair all the way through this. Lifetime best 4:49.4, just outside that 4:50.4, so actually less than a second outside of her lifetime best for Susie McNair. Very good swim, and she'll be making the final with that, certainly. 4:50.4 wins it. Holly Hopwood second, 4:53.1. Abby Roscoe third, 4:53.9. But a very impressive swim there, and took it out from the start. Interesting, she decided to have a crack right on the fly and just kept that lead all the way through.
Yeah, I mean, taking a go of it on the fly and then having 300 metres to go, obviously the strokes change. It's a bold decision to take it out on the fly, you know. It's got a lot of swimming to go after that.
Well, it certainly is, and we'll ask Hannah that in a second. The British record holder still, set back in 2009. My word, said in Sheffield. But there's confirmation of the result of heat 6 of 7 of the women's 4 a.m. Susie McNair wins it, Hopwood second, Roscoe third, with Holly Robinson fourth. And the fastest time we've seen so far, 4:50.4. So the final heat of the women's 4 a.m. and we've got a real superstar in here, and I wonder if Emily Smith in 4 will be the one to ultimately challenge Hannah Miley's British record. That British record is very, very quick, 4:31.3. Amazing. At the moment, Emily Smith, well, she's still very young. She's only 17. She's gone 4:35 as her lifetime best. So there's still a gap, but it would be great to see her swim well. And we've got Hannah here. Hannah, what will you be looking for from Emily Smith in the heats of the 2026 Aquatics GB Championships?
I think we'll hopefully see a very strong swim. We're not looking at the 4:35s for the heats. If she can do a very solid heat swim, you know, get under maybe that 4:40, it would be a great opportunity to practice racing internationally. You want to swim strong in the heats. However, we do have the opportunity being at the British Champs where heat swims might not have to be as intense. She is pretty much, you know, a given, I guess, for the final, with, you know, assuming she doesn't make any mistakes or get any disqualifications. She is far enough ahead that she could relatively cruise the heats. So we'll probably see her, you know, be quite comfortable in that first 100, and then we'll see her maybe build into the backstroke and the breaststroke, and you might see the engine being switched off possibly on the freestyle as she does just enough to win the heat so she can get a comfortable place into the final.
Hannah, you know, sorry, we were talking earlier about breaking barriers in swimming, and of course this heat now in the 400 IM, this is the first heat where all ladies have got personal bests under 5 minutes. Talk to me about the importance of breaking those barriers, because obviously there's the 5-minute mark in the 400 IM, there's the 15-minute mark in the 1500 free, the 1-minute mark in the 100 freestyle. Talk to me more about that.
Breaking barriers is great because it's a challenge, and I find you've got a barrier because people tend to dance around it. It could be 0.01 of a second or a couple of hundredths around it. And once you get it, it's almost like a big jump. It might not seem a big jump, but that 5-minute barrier or marker in the 400 IM does feel like a big marker, because once you get underneath that, you feel like, right, okay, now I'm in that 4-minute zone, and let's see if we can drop it in, even further. But barriers are really important because they're a challenge, you know, and as athletes, we want to rise and step up to these challenges.
It certainly is, and let's just have a quick look here at the halfway mark coming up in this final heat of the women's 4 a.m. And Emily Smith, well, she won gold at the 200 metres and the 400 metres individual medley at the European Junior Championships last year. Swam brilliantly well there in Samarin and just burst onto the scene with some brilliant swimming. She's in the final of the 2-fly last night, was 6th, and there the halfway mark, 2:16.7. Silver at the World Junior Championships on this 400 medley, and she looks really good. Just have a look at this breaststroke for us, because we've been trying to have a look at the technique, Hannah, and the beautiful breaststroke, the distance, the efficiency she's got, lovely.
It is really nice. You can see those hands being thrown forward, that head movement going down. She's using that head momentum to generate that forward propulsion here, and every kick she's getting really that long length through. So it's really nicely timed in the 400 IM.
Hannah, I feel like I should have had a conversation with you. Me and Andy, actually, when we were swimming, just teach us how to do breaststroke, because I just could not get it.
I mean, I'm not sure I'm the best person. I felt like I was winging it a little bit. When I was younger, breaststroke was my worst stroke. It wasn't until I was about 18 or 19 when it started to click. And it was actually watching Katie Hoff at the World Championships in 2005. Her breaststroke in the 400 IM was quite high tempo, almost like half a pull, half a kick. And I tried to adopt that within the medley, and that seemed to work. Completely different to my individual breaststroke stroke, but my medley breaststroke was, I guess, my speciality after I was 19.
That's interesting. I think that's good for people back home to know as well. Like, you can learn a lot by watching what these ladies do. This morning now, going into this last 100, Emily Smith in lane 4. 3:36.00. She's well ahead of the rest of the field. You know, we are hoping to see her back in the final tonight. I wonder, Hannah, if you were her now, would you be backing off a little bit to conserve some energy?
Yeah, a little bit. You don't have to go all guns blazing, especially in this last 100. She knows she's done enough. She knows she has a great lead across the rest of the field. It's about getting that lane for the final and securing that centre golden lane, and she seems to be doing exactly that.
Well, just less than 50 minutes to go now in this final heat of the women's 4 a.m. And Emily Smith, she had 7.3 second lead after the breaststroke, and she looks very good indeed here. The double European junior champion, world championship junior silver medalist. and really good. My word, look at this. She's got a huge lead. Her lifetime best is 4:35.4. She's going to be a little bit off that here. Nice, comfortable heat from her, but we'll see something special tonight. Accelerating into the finish, 4:42. Well, 4:42, very comfortable. Very nonplussed as well, look at that. Second was Ines Guimont-Beetham of Camden Swiss Cottage. Third in lane 3, Evie Mackey with fourth, Matilda Potter, and Petra Varga fifth. But the distance that she's won that heat by, and some of the other great medley swimmers for women in Great Britain decided not to do this event. It's Freya Colbert focusing on the freestyle, the 100 and the 200 at the moment, it's a little bit more. And so quite a few others just decided not to do it here, but Emily Smith, that was impressive.
How doesn't she look tired? Did you see it leap out the water then?
Yeah, it's really impressive stuff, and for a 17-year-old, it's amazing. I mean, the European Junior Championship, 4:47.3 is the consideration time. She's just gone 4:42. So with a 4:47 consideration time, she's 5 seconds under that. She's got to do it in the final, though. Aquatics GB would like them to, the swimmers to really perform in the evening in the finals where it matters. So she's going to have to come back, but she's going to go in the final fastest by, what, 8 seconds nearly. Emily Smith over Susie McNair, second fastest. Ines Guimont-Beetham third. And 4:54.2 has qualified. So the European Championship qualification time, 4:39.2. I'm sure she'll be looking at that. And then an interesting question, will she try and go to the European Juniors and the European Championships and the Commonwealth Games? The three, I'd suggest maybe a little bit much, because they're all very, very tight, one after the other this summer. July, August, not a lot of break. But what a talent, my word. Outstanding stuff. So Hannah Miley, British record holder, 4:31. Is that the kind of thing where you hope that it lasts for, I mean, you set it in 2009. Is it the kind of thing where you hope that British record lasts forever, or would you like somebody to start having a crack at it?
It's a bit like the conversation Dan there had on barriers. For me, it's a target, it's a challenge. So I would love to see it go. It would be wonderful to see it go, because then it shows the progression of the event. And I couldn't have got that time had it not been for the head-to-head racing that I had with Amy Wilmot. So, you know, it would be really nice to see it go, but we'll wait and see.
Well, it is fascinating. It's great to see Hannah Miley encouraging the youngsters to come along. I'm a 17-year-old. If she can go 4:31, that really would be special. She's going to have to go, I think, under 4:30 to get a medal at the Olympics. But if she's 4:35 already, very possible. This is the first heat of 8 of the men's 2-fly. Really tough event again. And in the debate of what are the most difficult events on the programme, the 2-fly, the 400 medley, 1500 metres freestyle. And it'll be very interesting to find out from Hannah what she thinks are the most difficult events. But I think we might, if we're lucky here, we might be able to have a quick chat with Emily Smith. I don't think she's ever been on telly before, so we'll look after her very, very carefully. But this is very exciting indeed. I've got to tell you, Emily's just come in and sit down. Can you hear me, Emily?
Yes, thank you.
Oh, fantastic. So, Emily, well done on that heat. It looked quite comfortable, actually.
Yeah, the plan was always to go quite comfortable in the heat, so I can come back faster for the final tonight.
Oh, fantastic. And that 4:35 that you set, where did you set that? Was that the Worlds?
Yeah, I was in Romania over the summer.
Yeah, brilliant. So you were double European Junior champion, and then you went to the World Juniors. You got a silver there. What a summer.
Yeah, it was really incredible, really. I didn't really expect any of it, to be honest.
That's fantastic. And what are you expecting this evening? We've just seen you go for, what was that, 4:42, 4:43. Nice and comfortable it looked. What are you expecting this evening?
I'm kind of hoping to go sub 4:39, so hopefully I can make the Paris team, but we'll have to see.
Well, that's the Paris European Championship team. And if you just look to your left here in the commentary box, Amelie, we've got the British record holder, Hannah Miley. And my goodness me, I'm thinking that if anyone's going to be challenging your British record, Hannah, it's going to be this young lady sitting next to us.
It will be, and that was a fantastic swim this morning. So you kind of have your target set for tonight. Could you let us know, do you know what your race strategy is? Do you have like a set race plan?
Yeah, I'm planning to go out around 2:15ish for the first 200 and then really try to bring it home on the breaststroke and the freestyle. Because this season I've been working on the front end, so trying to make a good balance of it so I can perform in the breaststroke is quite hard.
That's brilliant. When you went your 4:35, was your race plan very similar, or was it the back half that was the strongest part?
It was definitely focusing on the back half. Like, I'm pretty sure my breaststroke was nearly faster than my backstroke at that point, so...
That's wonderful to see, and it's great to see that you are now changing up that race plan to focus on the front half, so we're really looking forward to seeing this race tonight.
Thank you.
I'm going to let you go and swim down because it's very important to do that and get ready for tonight. But thank you so much for joining us. Enjoyed your first spin on television?
Yeah, really great, thank you.
Let's hope to have you back again. But congratulations and good luck tonight, Emily.
Thank you.
Very good. That is the voice of the 17-year-old superstar. It is Emily Smith from Royal Tunbridge Wells, Monson. And what a great, brilliant medley swimmer she is. Just missed the results of that first heat of the two fly. So here's the heat 2 of 8. Apologies, I was having a chat with Emily and I didn't manage to get those results for you, but this is heat 2 of 8 heats of the men's two fly.
Take your marks.
And fastest seed is Nikolai Sisnet of City of Glasgow in lane 4. Light blue hat right in the centre. Started well. Not an easy event, this two fly. So Nikolai Sisnet right in the centre. Light blue hat also going well is Harrison Galway of Bristol. And joined again by Dan Jervis. Just listen to Emily. Fascinating, just 17 years of age, and she's very, very good medley swimmer. I'd love to hear what she felt about this morning and what she's looking for tonight, trying to qualify for that European Championship team. Do you remember when you were junior coming through, you were trying to make the break from the juniors into the seniors?
Yeah, I do. It was 2014, I just turned 18, I had my breakthrough swim. It was in the 15, obviously, and my European juniors was in Dordrecht in the Netherlands. I was on the same team as Duncan Scott, Abby Wood,
Wow,
Holly Hibbert, yeah.
Hannah Miley?
Anyway, no, but I do remember in 2014, so just after that, I had the Commonwealth Games, and Hannah and I watched you win that night, and it was honestly like, I know he was a friend now, but I'm still like, oh my goodness, I'm sat next to Hannah Miley in the commentary box.
Aww.
You're not the only one. Me too. Of course, of course.
Oh no, it's been amazing. It's nice to kind of see it come full circle as well, being on teams with you, Dan, and watching you swim and perform, and then seeing the next generation come through. It's really nice. Swimming kind of sticks together, doesn't it?
All right, that's enough. The loving's over. There's a two fly going on. It's a properly tough event, this two fly. I'm going to actually ask Hannah Miley which was the toughest event on the programme, because she's sitting next to Dan Jervis, the 1500, and he's very biased, keeps on saying it's that, but she did the two fly, she did the 4 AM. Not sure how many 1500 she did. Two back, also very tough. Lane 6 here though. Jake Farr of Tiverton. This is a really good swim from him. Hung on well, 2:07.25 with a 2:09.2 as a lifetime best, the 2-second lifetime best to win heat 2 of the men's two fly. Well done. Well, there you go. Good man. With a bit of a fist pump, puffing his cheeks out. That's the right way to finish a two fly. It's such a tough race. Well done. It's Jake from Tiverton, and if you know Jake, send him a message to go well done, because that's a cracking swim. Jake Farr wins it in 2:07.2. Second was Harrison Galway of City of Bristol. Matthew Bradley of Swansea University swim team was third. 2:07.2 won it. 2:08.1 was second. 2:08.5 was third. Just having a quick look at something just to check it's all okay. I think it is. Confirmation of the result. Yes, it is. Here we go. So here's the official result. Jake wins it from Harrison second, Matthew third, Robert fourth, and Ethan fifth. That's heat 2.
Sat right behind us. I think I'm looking at Jake for his parents, and they just fist bumped as well. So I think it's a happy family affair there.
I'll tell you what, if you go and win your heat at the Aquatics GB National Championships, you're allowed to do several of those. Very good. Oscar Bellinger of Plymouth College is the fastest seed in 4. In this heat 3 of the men's 2-fly. Elliot Dunnett of Swim Bournemouth, second fastest seed. A Millfield School student, Xander Tovey in 3. Green hat of Millfield School. So 8 heats of this men's 200 metres butterfly. And lane number 4, Oscar Bellinger of Plymouth College Aquatics, going right in the centre. Possibly the best start coming in lane 6. That's Jacob Bacon of City of Peterborough. And Hannah, we've been talking a little bit certainly about easy speed, and on a 100 metres, look at the top there, actually talking about easy speed. I'm not sure how easy that is from Henry Gray of Chelsea Westminster. Very good 200 fly, in fact lifetime best at 2 minutes 0.7. So what he's doing in this heat, I'm not quite sure, but does he have easy speed? How would you describe it, and what about him up the top there?
It does look quick. Whether it's easy, I mean, I guess we'll find out after he turns in the 100. But you want to be able to go fast but not hard. It's having that speed that doesn't sap your energy so that you can still finish the 200 fly, because you don't want that piano monkey heavyweight sitting on your shoulder coming into the last 25 metres. That's nothing worse than in the 200 fly.
I remember speaking last year about it's the only way you can describe it. It's like carrying a piano behind you. Like, a piano is the perfect description.
It is. And everything just slows up. You feel the muscles seize, the lactic acid is burning in your body, and there's nothing you can do. You can try really hard, but you just end up slowing your stroke rate down. So it's a real fine balance. So we'll see whether that quick first 50 that Henry did is going to pay dividends at the end of the race, or will it have an impact?
Well, I think he's doing pretty well. He's coming into that third turn at 1:29.43. He's looking strong into this last 50. To be honest, Hannah, he looks as if he's speeding up. You know, his arms are coming well out of the water. He is breathing every stroke, which means, you know, you've got to try and breathe every other. But at the end of the race, you need as much oxygen as you can possibly get.
Well, he's going well. Henry Gray right at the top here from Chelsea Westminster. You've only got 4 swimmers ranked under 2 minutes, and his lifetime best at 2 minutes 0.75. So he could well make the big final here. Head down, great discipline inside the last 5. 2:01.86 for Henry Gray of Chelsea Westminster, winning heat 3, and that's a very quick time. He could well make the big final with that. Second, Nathan Chapman of Swansea University. Third was Jack Kears of Guildford City Swimming Club, the 17-year-old. Henry Gray right at the top, right on the outside. And you're right, he really did attack that final 50 so hard on the 200 fly. Hold your stroke, and he great discipline inside that last 10 metres or so. I think there might be a disqualification. Yes, there was. That, unfortunately, Jacob Bacon, I think something to do with the start. We'll have to get confirmation of that, but no doubt about the winner, Henry Gray of Chelsea Westminster. Very good time posted, and there's going to be a lot of very nervous people now. Heat 3 has been won in 2:01.86. That's going to put some adrenaline through the veins of many of the next athletes. 50 swimmers still to come, and we've had a 2:01.8.
That was an incredible swim, and even harder being in the outside lane as well, because you're not able to see the rest of the race. So he really was racing his own race and just taking that opportunity to just go for it. And it paid off in the end. You know, what a fantastic swim, 2:01. That's incredible.
Well, I don't quite know why he was seeded in that heat. If you're 2 minutes point, it's your lifetime best to be in a heat of that speed. Maybe he just hasn't done a swim for a while. This is Ridian Arch right in the centre in lane number 4, the fastest seed in this heat 4 of 8. City of Cardiff swimmer.
Fellow Welshman. Hannah, me and Andy were talking yesterday about, we've obviously just seen a 2:01 from Gray there. I never used to like to know how the athletes in the heats before me done. Did you used to pay attention to it, or did you just used to look away from the boards?
I I did. I mean, there's pluses and minuses to seeing the heat before going faster, because it can completely change your mindset. You don't want to be impacted. However, if you do see somebody go a very fast swim, you know, right, I'm going to have to step up, I'm going to have to do something and respond to that. So, yeah, I didn't like knowing, but actually it kind of helped me stay true to my race plan so that I didn't miss out on finals or make a mistake in my racing.
It is hard to try and ignore it sometimes as well, because it's not as easy as not looking at the time or the board, because the crowd reacts to how the swimmers go. So sometimes you don't want to know, but the crowds are going mental, so you're thinking, oh well, the person in front of me, the person in the heat before me has just done a good one.
Exactly, and it's about holding your nerve. It's about understanding of, okay, that time's really quick, but not letting those nerves get to you, so you do stick with your race plan, you do stick and make those subtle changes if needed.
Well, 58.3 through the 100 for lane 8. That's Isaac Dodds of University of Bath. And he looked comfortable through the 100, just starting to feel the distance here, the 150-metre turn, such a difficult part of the two-fly. 50 to go. He's got to push that third 50. But now, what has he got left on this final 50? Breathing every stroke. Really good turn up there in lane 3. That was Joseph Pickering of Kingston upon Hull. And next to him is Ridian Arch of Cardiff. But it looks like Joseph Pickering still going well up there in 3. Starting to take the lead, I think, just going past us now with 15 metres to go. And it's Pickering over Dodds. This is good swimming from both of them. Also coming back is Arch in lane 4. But it's going to be Pickering, it is. 206.05 for Pickering. A new lifetime best for him by a second and a half. Yeah. The reactions just make me laugh, Dan, because he's just gone a little bit of a shrug. 1.5 second lifetime. There we go. That's a bit better. Give it a bit of a hoo-ha. There you go. Go on.
I tried to read what the swimmers are saying through their facial expressions. That was more of like a, oh yeah, that was good, good. But Joseph, you should be happy with that. 206 winning that heat. Isaac Dodds in second and Ridian Arch in third.
Well, I can tell you confirmation. There was a disqualification in that previous heat. It was on the start, as we thought. So something to work on. It's again 201 in that previous heat, heat 3. And I wouldn't be surprised if that makes it into the final, possibly even in a decent lane as well. Heat 5 now, and then we have the fastest three heats coming up. So heat 5, Ryan Hardy of Mount Kelly. They're having a great meet so far. Fastest C, 205.05. Scott Fleming in 5 from Stirling. 6 is Woofenden of Leeds.
Take your marks.
5th heat of the men's 200 metres butterfly. The British record actually set in the same year, possibly even at the same meet as you, Hannah, when you set your 400 medley. This is Michael Rock's record back from Rome World Championships 2009, when he went 154.58 in 2009. Where did you set yours? Same meet?
I think it was Sheffield British Championships, so I think it was this meet qualifying for the World Championships. Time-wise at the World Championships in 09, I think I was maybe like a couple of hundredths of a second just off of it. But yeah, 2009 was a quick year for swimmers across the world.
It really was. I think it was the last year where you could use those super suits. Did you use the super suit?
I did, and I reckon it's probably one of the reasons why my breaststroke improved. It taught me to keep my hips up.
Ah. Was it on the label?
Well, yeah, I don't know. But those suits, it definitely made a difference, because we saw worlds at Rome. It was like 43 world records were broken. But yeah, it definitely taught me that keeping your hips up on breaststroke is really important. And after that, my breaststroke seemed to improve.
Going to this last 75 now, Ryan Harding and Dominic Simpson really having a good fight out here. In fact, the middle 5 boys are having a good fight here. This last 60 metres is going to be the telltale of how this race finishes up. But going into the last 50 turn, it goes to Scott Fleming, University of Stirling, 130.61. Could we see a pick-up on this last length, Andy, and maybe see the first person go under 2 minutes?
Possible. I think possibly in the next heat, though. The seeds here are 2:05s. I think the next heat has got the guys who are seeded close to 2 minutes. But there's some good swimming right in the centre here in 5. It is Scott Fleming from University of Stirling. Lifetime best 2:05.3. And there's one of the mums and dads really getting excited right behind us. But that's a super swim. 2:05.3 ranked, and he's gone 2:03.3. So 2-second lifetime best. Wow, it hurts. Well done. Have a look at what time you've done. Realise you've just gone a 2-second lifetime best. Adjust your goggles, clench your fist, salute the world. 2-second lifetime best. Go on. And pretend you're not out of breath. Don't smile. Go underwater. Disappear.
Pretend you're not out of breath. I never had to pretend. I was always out of breath.
I've never quite understood why you would try and pretend that you're not out of breath. Why? Just get some air in.
Because it puts the other athletes off next to you in the final.
No, it doesn't. They all know you're hurting, Dan.
Well,
Come
Scott
on.
Fleming, great swim there, 2:03.3. Rico Bringman in second and Thomas Wolfenden in third. But yeah, I think it's trying to put the athletes next to you off, just to be like, oh, that wasn't that hard, when inside you're actually dying.
Hannah Miley always used to puff her cheeks out when she finished. I noticed that.
My face was also bright purple at the end, so there's no hiding it.
I didn't like to say that, but it did look like you'd been in a fight with a marker pen. But anyway, it was great to see. I can tell you one thing, Hannah Miley never left anything in the pool. Everything was in there. Everything. Absolutely 100% Hannah Miley. Here we go. This is the first of the seeded heats. Thomas Bealey right in the centre from University of Aberdeen Performance. They've got a pretty good coach up there at University of Aberdeen Performance, haven't they, Hannah?
Yeah, not too bad.
Who's it?
It would be my dad, Patrick Miley. Yeah, Thomas is a great swimmer. He qualified in 2018 for the Commonwealth Games, so he'll be looking at trying to be back on that team again for Team Scotland. So great to see that he's still up in Aberdeen training under Patrick Miley, and yeah, we'll see how the heats go, and he'll want to get himself in a great position for that final and try and get that consideration time for Team Scotland.
75 metres in now. Thomas Bealey from City of Aberdeen Performance is taking the lead. He's looking strong. You know, this 200 fly is all about pacing, as most of the events are, but 200 fly, as me and Hannah said earlier, if you pace that wrong, it's like tying a piano to your legs and carrying that through the water. And let me tell you from personal experience, that is not fun.
Well, 55.42 at the 100. That is rapid. 55.4. Luke Greenbank in lane 3. Olympic medalist, 200 metres backstroke, and he's having a crack at the fly. Let's have a look at his stroke there. Just a black hat, just one lane up from the leader. The leader is Thomas Bealey of University of Aberdeen, but Luke Greenbank going well in the black hats. Starting to catch him with 50 metres to go. He's a toughie as well, so this will be interesting. 50 metres to go, and this heat 6 of 8, the first of the cycle seeded heats, and the top 3 very, very close indeed. Bealey leading in the white hat of Aberdeen, and then the black hat one lane up from him is still Luke Greenbank, starting to catch. Also going well is Van der Leest of University of Bath, and these 3 having a proper scrap. I wonder who is going to get close to going sub 2 minutes. Only one of them's gone under 2 before. That is Bealey. Oh, they're getting tired. It's a quick swim, though. Look at that, all 3 of them. My word. Well, Luke Greenbank, well done, sir. Backstroker. He's just gone 1:58.7, 200 fly. He's laughing. Look at that. There you go. Well done. 1:58.7, Luke Greenbank off a 2:01 lifetime best. Wow, that's extraordinary. And the top 3 all under 2 minutes. That's impressive. Greenbank, Van der Leest and Bealey, and they could all make the final with that, Dan.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a good final. I think we have some obviously very fast boys in the next heat as well. 8 heats altogether in this event, Andy. That was heat 6. Winner of the heat 6 again was that backstroker, Luke Greenbank. 1:58.71. That is rapid. Hendrick in second, 1:59, and Thomas Bealey in third. All top 3 boys under that 2-minute barrier.
Well, when there are only 4 guys ranked under 2 minutes coming into this 2 flight, to have 3 in 1 heat, that's pretty good. And 2 fast heats still to come. Ed Mildred in lane number 4. the only one of these swimmers ranked under 2 minutes for the 2 fly. Lifetime best of 156.1. I love the attack of this guy as well. See if he's a little bit more measured on the first half, or if he just lets it fly. The black hat there, he is right in the centre. Manchester performance. Ed Mildred. And it must help an awful lot for him to have seen Jimmy Guy do that 400 metres freestyle last night. Got really close to his own British record, which he set back in 2015. Came back and had a wonderful swim, that 3:44 last night, to qualify for the European Championships on the 400 metres freestyle. And his face was a picture, wasn't it? Came back, had a quick word in my ear as he went past, and he goes, "Never give up." The boy still got it.
Yeah, and I tell you who was going absolute mental doing that race was his brother, Luke Guy. Now, if you go onto the Aquatics GB Instagram, you'll see his reaction. He was going feral for his brother, but as he should. You know, James had a fantastic swim last night, and we're just seeing the boys in the 200 fly pass us now, and they're all a bit out of breath, but Luke Greenbank, right here now. Great swim.
Yeah, that was fantastic swimming. We're just watching here in lane 4 at Mildred. Well, the guys went 3 and 55. That's a 55.3 as well, so that's very good indeed down his first 100. Bertoli is in there, second place at the moment. And third, I think it's just about Ruben Roboth and Keating of Loughborough University. But Mildred's going well. Now, from that last heat, utterly bizarre, Olympic medalist on the backstroke, Luke Greenbank. He's joined us in the commentary box. Luke, what on earth was that?
Yeah, I've been doing a little bit of fly this season, last season as well, but yeah, it's just like not an off event, because I used to swim it when I was a kid, but yeah, it's just something we're trying out, and it's nice to mix it up a little bit.
Well, I'm sure it is, but an interesting one to mix it up with a 2 flyer. I would get if it's a 100 fly or something like that, but 2 flies a tough one. Just looking at Ed Mildred here in the heat after you, well, you just went 158. He's got a lifetime of 156. Were you happy with your swim on that 156?
Yeah, well, yeah, really happy. I didn't really know what to expect, to be honest. I find it's quite a hard event to swim in season, so I knew I could go a bit quicker, but yeah, really happy with that.
And what about Ed Mildred? There's 157. He's going to be in the final with you. That's going to be an interesting race tonight, isn't it?
Yeah, and of course there's Duncan Scott in there as well, and Josh Gammon, so it'll be a really good race tonight, I think.
Well, they're going to be in the next heat. And what will you be looking for this evening in that 2 fly final?
I think for me, I just want to kind of move it on again. The aim was to go sub 2 here, and I've done that already, so yeah, really excited for tonight, and yeah, for me, just try and improve on it and then focus on the backstrokes later in the week.
Luke, fantastic to have you. You're puffing and panting still on our 2 flies, so tough. I'm going to go and let you swim down, but thanks so much for joining us. Good luck tonight, and then also on that backstroke later in the week.
Thank you very much.
Great to talk to Luke Greenbank. 200 flyer, who knew that? My word, Ed Mildred winning the second last heat of the 200 fly, 157.4. So that's 4 swimmers now under 2 minutes. Bertoli's in there, Roboth and Keating. Good swim from him. Not quite sure whether that'll be fast enough to make the final, with a big heat still to come. And look who's in the centre here. It is Duncan Scott with Josh Gammon next to him. Those 2 lifetime bests well under 2 minutes. And I wonder whether we'll see Duncan Scott starting to use this as one of his target events. A brilliant 200 freestyler, Olympic medalist. Brilliant 200 medley swimmer, Olympic medalist. Could it be that he adds the 2 fly? This is the final heat of the men's 200 metres butterfly, and Duncan Scott, the most medalled British swimmer in history. 8 Olympic medals, 2 golds and 6 silvers at the Olympic Games. Just extraordinary. Actually won the most medals of any British athlete at one Olympics when he won 4 in Tokyo. Just extraordinary.
Yeah, Duncan is a fantastic athlete. You know, his longevity. You know, we obviously just spoke to Luke Greenbank. I was on the same European junior team as Luke Greenbank and Duncan Scott, and so winning golds in European juniors in 2014 with him, and then he's still winning golds now. I mean, that just shows how incredible of an athlete he is. And anyone back home watching, you know, the way his stroke is right now, he is swimming textbook butterfly. He is long in the water, his arms coming strong out the water. He is breathing every stroke, which is quite interesting, because breathing every stroke does create drag, but you know, maybe he's just testing the water a little bit for tonight.
Well, he does look very good, and he's swimming this differently to how I've seen Duncan Scott swim it before. He's attacking it a little bit faster from the start. I've normally seen him go out comfortably and then drive it from there. And sometimes, you know, you wonder whether he just left the medal because he went out a little bit more comfortably. Delighted to be joined, though, by the winner of that previous heat, Ed Mildred, watching this last heat. Good swim, that 157. You happy with that one?
Yeah, I was quite happy with that. Similar to last year, I was 7-0, but I think I tried a lot harder last year in the heat. So, yeah, I put down a reasonably comfortable swim there, just to do the job for tonight, really.
And you watched Luke Greenbank go 158 in the heat before. That must have been a bit of a shock, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was a little bit of a shock. Like, I know he's a great athlete, but not typically a fly swimmer. So I said to him, I was like, God, Luke, what are you doing there? But no, good.
Just watching the final 15 metres of this, the final heat. Duncan Scott looking good. Josh Gammon as well. 158.3 wins it. That's Duncan Scott. Looked like he turned the gas off a little bit at the end. 158.8, so 158.3 and a 158.8 the first two. So that means that, Ed, you're going to go into that final fastest this evening.
Yeah. Obviously great to have that middle lane where you want to be, really. So, yeah, it'll be a good race against them boys. Looking on good form. So, yeah, see what we can do tonight.
And last year you went to 156.2 to get second. What will you be looking for this evening?
Definitely that European time. I think that's 155.5. So, yeah, a bit of work to do on that, but definitely within reach. So, yeah.
It is indeed. It's 155.54. Your lifetime best. What is your lifetime best? 150.
6-1.
156.1. So it's very doable, that, isn't it? Very doable indeed. So here's that says the result of heat 7. We're just looking for the result of heat 8. I can tell you that Ed Mildred sitting next to me won heat 7.
Yeah.
Let's just see what the confirmation of the result is, and then we'll see the finalists. So there we go. There are the finalists. That's the summary. So Ed Mildred goes in fastest with Luke Greenbank next to him, second fastest. It's going to be interesting. And Henrik van den Leest on the other side. So that is going to be a really interesting one, isn't it? In fact, I'm not quite sure that's right because I don't see Duncan Scott in there. So there may well be a read to that. Well done this morning. Go and swim down. Good luck tonight. I'm really looking forward to seeing you try and attack that qualification time.
Yeah, thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Ed Mildred, fastest seed into the final of the two fly, and swam really well. Really well. So that's great.
I was watching Duncan on that last fight, on that last 25. Then he definitely took his foot off the gas, and I could see him looking over to Josh Gammon. He just wanted to win that heat, and he did. And I think we could really see some amazing swims from Duncan this week. But I'm looking forward to that 200 flight tonight.
Well, here we go. That's the fixed summary. That's a little bit better. So Ed Mildred then does go in fastest, and next to him will actually be Duncan Scott in 5 and Luke Greenbank in 3, with Josh Gammon in there as well. So there's 2 minutes .82 made the big final. And then there's the B finals, there's the junior finals, and of course qualification very much in focus for that European Championships in Paris, which will be in August, the Commonwealth Games, which will be in July, and the European Junior Championships, of course, which will be in Munich in July as well. So some great fun meets this summer, some fabulous meets to go for. Really are. I think Hannah Miley just taking a breather, because the next race up is the women's 100 metres backstroke, and we've got some para-athletes again in here, some fantastic para-athletes, and the quality of British para-athletics, British para-swimming, extraordinary. British record there held by Kathleen Dawson, one of Hannah Miley's Scottish teammates. And welcome back to the commentary box, our para-superstar commentator. Paul, what are you looking for in this first couple of heats of the women's 100 backstroke?
Yeah, strong field, Andy, strong field. We've got some Paralympians here, some Paralympic champions as well to come. So, yeah, again, these para-athletes trying to make their way to the final top 8. Points totals, of course, the points for the para-athletes are all different classifications. So they are compared to a standard time for their own particular classification. That converts into a points total. If you're top of the world rankings in the last 2 years, you will earn yourself 1,000 points. And we saw a few swims in the 900 point range yesterday, and a few in the high 800s as well. So that's an indication of the quality of some of the swimmers here in these para events. Got 3 in the S11 classification. That's swimmers with no vision at all. That's Rebecca Hardy-Bishop right there at the top, and the 2 Humphrey sisters, Scarlett Humphrey in 2 and Eliza Humphrey in 7. Full lineup for this one: Hardy-Bishop in 1, Scarlett Humphrey in 2. Evie Lambert going well in lane 3. The middle lane there, the yellow marked lanes, Connie Ratley and Olivia Patterson. Tony Shaw goes in 6, Eliza Humphrey in 7, Nancy Jubb in lane number 8. So just see the tappers there for the visually impaired swimmers as they go over the turn, the one and only turn of this 100 metres backstroke. It's the S9 swimmer, the swimmer in lane number 3, Evie Lambert, who leads them through. Tony Shaw also going well in lane number 6. Tony Shaw, Paralympic medalist in Tokyo in 2021. Also trying to make it to another Commonwealth Games. She went to the last 2 Commonwealth Games for the Scottish team, and she would love to compete in the Commonwealth Games for their Scottish team at the home games for her. Tony Shaw just in behind Connie Ratley. Check the points as we go through. Ratley with 672 points, just ahead of Tony Shaw. You just see the points for the swimmers. You see the rank of the swimmers as they hit the wall there. Connie Ratley in first position there, 117.52 for the Mount Kelly swimmer, just outside her PB, 117.41. So certainly stepped up there, bang on PB pace. 672 points with a few swimmers to come. Might be tough to make the top 8 with that 672 points. I'm sure we're going to get some other swimmers that are higher than that, but she's given herself a chance. Tony Shaw 656 points in second, and Olivia Patterson 555. So Mount Kelly take that one ahead of the 2 University of Aberdeen performance swimmers in second and third. So I'm sure Hannah, standing behind me, will be delighted with that performance from the Aberdeen swimmers. Probably both coached by her dad.
Not sure she's listening. She's still recovering from her stint in the commentary box.
It's a busy seat this today, isn't it, Andy?
It's a very busy seat, certainly. I'm not quite sure if you're going to have a bit of a wet jacksie there, because all the swimmers come and sit on it when they come straight out the pool.
Well, Hannah was doing her housework there. She's a mum now, you know. She's used to this. You know. She's looking after us. Ratley taking that one, 672 points. Tony Shaw in second, Olivia Patterson in third place. In terms of points,
a couple of heats here of para-athletes. Here's another one, a really stacked field again. The quality of, maybe a crazy question, but how come Great Britain is so good at the para-swimming?
well, they've got a great tradition of para-swimming, and a lot of role models for the swimmers to look forward to over the years. They've had some great success in the past.
15 times Paralympic medalist, Paul Noble, commentating.
And the women, particularly, have been very, very strong in recent years. Alice Ty goes in lane number 5. Real star of para-swimming. Well, 5 times a gold medalist at the World Championships. Last year, 4 times gold medalist, I should say. Alice Ty going in at lane number 5. She swims in the S8 class. She's the world record holder in the S8 classification, and she'll be trying to make that European qualification standard of 120.71. Should be comfortable for Alice as world record. A very fast 108.04, which she set back in this pool in 2019. She goes in lane number 5, just behind Tara Beard, who swims in the S14 classification. She's 16 years of age. Tara Beard, a real newcomer to the para scene, so it's good to see her making a little bit of progress there. Alice Ty in second. Also got a couple of GB teammates for Alice as well, Ella Litton-Jones and Astrid Carroll. Visually impaired swimmers who go in 6 and 7. But Tara Beard is going to be in to the wall first. Good swim from her, 109 for her, so that's inside the entry time for her, so well done, Tara Beard. Alice Ty in 112.15, 876 points for Alice. And she's going to be ahead of Ella Litton-Jones and Tara Beard in terms of points. So 876 points, that's going to be the highest we've seen so far for Alice. Didn't quite come up on the captions there, Andy, but definitely Alice Ty is going to be top in terms of points.
Yes, indeed, 870 odd. I think 850 odd was second.
Yeah, there we go. Ella Litton-Jones, medalist at the World Championships last year. So well done, Ella. And that is inside the European qualifying standard as well for Ella Litton-Jones.
I think Tara Beard was third there as well, was she?
Yeah, third, I think, 815 points. It's given herself a good chance to make that final. Some more para swimmers in this one, in the outside lanes. Megan Neve in lane number 0, Paralympian from Paris. Rose Williams, youngster, Welsh swimmer from the city of Cardiff. On the other side of the pool, Georgia Sheffield, Ursula Carroll and Callie-Ann Warrington. Some good swims yesterday. Non-para swimmers in the middle, Grace Nichols, Lucy Douglas, Megan Hansford, Jessica Kirkwood, Erin Barber. So watch out for progress of swimmers in the outside lane, the para swimmers, but in terms of entry times, Andy, the non-para swimmers in the middle are faster, all on the 105 range. We'll just watch out for Ursula Carroll as well in lane number 8, visually impaired swimmer in the S13 class. She's pretty close to the British record held by Abby Kane, which has stood for almost a decade now.
Well, some pretty rapid swimming down this first 50. It looks like maybe they're in 2. No, it's 6. It's Erin Barber, the Norwich Swan Swimming Club, turning first, 31.38. Second was Jessica Kirkwood. Third up there in 3 was Lucy Dobson, with 4th Megan Hansford, bringing it back down this last 50. And well, it seems like it's still lane 6. Erin Barber of Norwich going well, holding on well. Look at the charge right in the centre there. Megan Hansford coming back. So it's Barber in 6, Hansford in 4. These two, oh, she's getting tied up in 6. Who's going to get the touch? It is, oh, it's Megan Hansford, just gets it by 1/100th of a second from Erin Barber. Second, third was Lucy Douglas, and 4th, Jessica Kirkwood. Paul, just give us an update on those para-athletes, will you?
Yeah, Ursula Carroll just on the 110 mark, 110.09 for her. So that is just outside her own record time there. But it's Georgia Sheffield who has the highest number of points there, 841 points for Georgia Sheffield, World Championship silver medalist. And that should see her safely into that final. Still outside the qualifying standard though for Georgia, only just. And there's how the para swimmers are ranked in that heat. 841 points, 806. Ursula Carroll with 790, Megan Neve 766, Callie-Ann Warrington 804. It's not quite in order there, but a few in the 800 range there, Andy. Still a couple to come, of course. Bethany Firth in right now.
Well, Bethany Firth in this heat 4 of the women's 100 metres backstroke, and in the next heat, another S14 is Poppy Mascot. And in that next heat, there's also a 14-year-old. My word. 14-year-old, born in 2012, the same year as the Olympics was held in this pool. That's in the next heat. This heat 4 of 11 heats of the women's 100 metres backstroke. Bethany Firth is the fastest seed from Newcastle swim team in 4. Gracie Owen in 5 from Torvine. Now Bethany Firth right in the centre with that bright orange hat, or bright pink hat I should say. Had a decent start there, Paul.
Yeah, I mean, she's the world record holder. It's a long-standing world record, Bethany Firth, and again represented Northern Ireland in the Commonwealth Games. She represented him in the non-para events back in Glasgow the last time out in 2014.
Paul, we saw Bethany win a bronze medal in the 100 freestyle last night. What would she have done last night to prepare herself best for today?
Well, she had a daughter only 2 years ago, so I'm sure she'd been in touch with her daughter. I'm not sure if her daughter's here. She was last year, but I'm sure she'd have been in touch with her. And yeah, I mean, she's a vastly experienced campaigner. She is used to these multiple events over the week.
Well, she's got that bright pink hat right in the centre. That's Bethany Firth, the S14 para-athlete, and going very well at the moment. Really close, though. Grace McDonald in 3 from Grantham. Also going well in 6 and 7. Who's going to get the touch? It is 6. It's Nicole Maillard of Basildon and Phoenix. They've had a great session. The 17-year-old wins it 65-1-3 from 65-2-2. 9/100s back from her was Lily Rose Carr. And Bethany Firth third. A very good points tally there though from Bethany Firth, Paul.
Yeah, great. She is really on good form here this week. 965 points. As you said, Dan, she got a medal yesterday in the 100. But 965 points, 1,000 points is the highest score you can get if you're top of the world ranking. She's right, 965 for Bethany Firth. And 105.40, just a second or so outside that long-standing world record that she held. She really dominated this event, Bethany Firth, for almost a decade, until the likes of Poppy Maskell came through in the last couple of years. And Maskell will take part in this next heat, so be interested to see how Maskell goes. She didn't go so well in the heats yesterday, but she might have to get a little bit of a shift on to make that top 8 tonight, because it's pretty tight in terms of points.
So Maskell is in 2. Fastest seed is Julia Elvidge of Royal Tunbridge Wells Monson. She's in lane 4. There's a 14-year-old right at the top there, Molly McGinley from Repton. Fantastic to see her in heat 5. 14 years of age.
14 years of age in an event like this, in a pool like this. Andy, this probably is her first time swimming in this pool, and I just have to say how intimidating swimming in the London Aquatics Centre is.
Well, she's doing well, and she's got a lane, so she's got a chance. Heat 5, this one, and in lane 6, Emily Collins of Guildford City has probably started one of the best. Poppy Maskell up there in lane 2. Well, she's going well. She's probably turned at about 6th or 7th. In fact, she's turned 9th, 32-1. But no doubt about the leader. It's Emily Collins up there in 6. And in 2, it's Heidi Wren of Glasgow. And these girls are really working hard down this second 50. That third 25, so important. And now, if they can really drive to the wall, still going well in 6 is Emily Collins of Guildford. Right on the lane line, closer to us with the white hat. And it looks like she's leading. One lane closer to us, Jessica Hill of Tiverton, also going well. And who's going to get the touch? It is these two. In fact, Hill gets the touch from Emily Collins. Third was Julia Eldridge. Emma Cushion right in the centre there did well, but 903 points from Poppy Maskell. Is that what you were expecting there, Paul?
Yeah, it's a good points total actually for Poppy there. 903 points. She was slower than Bethany Firth in that previous heat, but as we saw from Poppy yesterday, she can step it up in the final. She certainly did that in the 100 freestyle, and she improved a lot from heats to finals, and she'll be comfortably in the top 8 with that 903 points. So yeah, maybe expect to see something special from Poppy. She's certainly on form. Great swim in the 100 free yesterday, and she'll be hoping to do the same in this 100 back tonight. She's just squinting at the board there. It's quite far away, the board, isn't it?
Well, it must be about 80 metres away, all the way down the other end of this fantastic Olympic Aquatics Centre. There's the confirmation of the results. Jessica Hill wins it from Collins second, Eldridge third, and Poppy Maskell, yes, 14 athletes, 903 points. That's a very good heat swim from her.
She'll be second behind Bethany Firth, and Alice Ty will be ranked third going into that final. So three superstars at the top of the rankings for the para swimmers.
Thank you, Paul. I think that's the last of the para swimmers ranked in Heat 5. Amazing quality of Paralympic swimmers in Great Britain. It's Heat 6 of 11 heats of the women's 100 backstroke. Fastest seed is Clementine Lovell of Mount Kelly. A 17-year-old goes in lane number 4. 6 juniors in this heat, and they can qualify for the European Junior Championships this evening. They've got to do the time in the evening, but if they can practice it this morning, that's a European Junior consideration time, 101.8. It is very fast indeed, and the qualification time for European Championships, 59.7. My word, very quick indeed. Of course, there's Commonwealth Games slots available as well. But Clementine Lovell right in the centre started well, also going well in 5 is Karabach of Camden Swiss Cottage. Very much in the line down this first 50 down.
Yeah, and these girls, they're trying to stay at the centre of the lanes. Fortunately, in the London Aquatics Centre, this beautiful building, there are lines on the ceiling, so it is easier to follow here. But I feel sorry for the backstrokers, especially in the open-air pools, because they've got the only thing they've got to follow is the clouds.
Well, yes, there are lines on the ceiling, Dan, but they're not actually that straight, so you've got to be pretty careful here not to follow those lines. The good news is the lights are so bright, I'm not sure they'll be able to see the ceiling. But here, Isabel Mather of City of Cambridge. It looks like she might get the touch. Yes, she does. 63.96 in this, the 6th heat of the women's 100 metres backstroke. She wins it from lane 8. Mather over Jessica Hum in 6. And Karabach in lane 5. So 63.9 wins it from 64.3 and 64.7.
As these heats are going on now, we are seeing the times coming down now. Just looking at that European and Great British record, you know, Kathleen Dawson, 58.08. I was actually there when she done that. In the next heat, Andy, I want to tell you how she done it, because it was swimming in quite a different way. Now, the winner of that heat is Isabel Mather, Cambridge, 103.96, followed by Jessica Hum, 104.38, and then Martina in 3rd.
So that's heat 6. This heat 7, getting to the sharp end of this 100 metres backstroke for women. B. Jones, 2nd fastest seed. City of Hereford in 5. Megan Titchener right in the centre in lane 4. The Torvine Dolphin in 3. It's Hannah Murphy, University of Surrey. Holly Widows in 7. She's a very good medley swimmer, fly swimmer, backstroker. Swimming for Mount Kelly.
Take your marks.
And Holly in 7 actually has the fastest lifetime best of the field, so just watch out for her. Very good start from Holly in lane 7, and the Black Hat closer to us of the field. 10 lanes being used, so lane 7, 3 from the bottom.
Good start from Holly Widows, but also a good start from B. Jones from the City of Hereford in lane 5. She was high up out of the water. Watch these women at the start. They pull their bodies right out of the water for maximum momentum off the dive. More explosive entering the water.
They really do, and let's see how the turn here. Very good turn as well from Holly Widows. Excellent streamlining underwater. And using the butterfly kick, 4, 5, 6, 7 kicks. They've got to come up by 15 metres. Not too many athletes were using that full underwater here, but it's just good from Holly. Also going well up there in lane 1 is Erin Gent of Repton. And right next to Holly Widows in 7, it is Harrand of Tadcaster York Sport Swim Club in 6. But it's Widows wins it, 103.16. So Holly Widows, the Mount Kelly athlete, wins it quite comfortably in the end, by 1.6 seconds from Harron 2nd and B. Jones of Hereford 3rd.
Yeah, that's a great swim from Holly. She was just a little bit outside her PB then, but as we said earlier, you know, these are the competitions where you learn a lot. You know, you learn from some of your mistakes, so I think she could improve definitely in the next few competitions. But she should be happy with that.
So Widows wins it for Matt Kelly, 63-1. That's a quick time, it really is. It's got a chance of making an evening swim, that one. Aaron second, third was Jones. So 63-1, the fastest so far. And still heats 8, 9, 10 and 11. 4 heats still to go. And it's suddenly going to get very quick indeed. 4 juniors in this heat 8. In lane 3, that's Evie Wood, and then 5, Eve Whitney. In 6, it's Charlotte Gower, and in 9, closest to us, Zara Kraviec.
Yes, Andy, as you said, there are 4 juniors in this event. They were all trying to they will all try to qualify for European Juniors this year in Munich. Now, European Juniors, I went in 2014, and it changed my career. It changed my life. It was my first time on the international stage, and these swimmers, it will be for some of them, well, for all of them, I guess, the first time on the international stage, and it is fantastic because you see. I mean, the depth in Aquatics GB at the moment is incredible, but you see international swimmers, and you know, that's a different ballgame.
I won't tell you which year I did European Juniors, but it was nice and sunny that summer in 1875. This is heat 8 of 11 heats of the women's 100 metres backstroke, and lane 4. Just on the lane 9 a little bit is Isabel Lee of University of Nottingham. A little bit tight there. She can just make sure she doesn't bang the wall. We were saying earlier, there are lines on the ceiling to follow, but unfortunately they're not straight, which is a little bit challenging on backstroke, because if you do follow it, it's not easy. 62.5, that's very good indeed. Off a lifetime best of 63.8, a 1.3 second lifetime best is very good indeed. The winner of heat 8 of the women's 100 metres backstroke is Isabel Lee of University of Nottingham, and that's a cracking swim from her. Second was Libby Mundy, 63.9, and then Evie Whitney, third, 64 flat. There's confirmation of the results. So great swims, fastest so far with the 3 cycle seeded heats next to come. Isabel Lee wins it. Very quick 62.5, and then 63.97, 3 100s back from second and third. There's Whitney. So the first of the cycle seeded heats, and we've got Blythe Kinsman in 4 with Medi Harris in lane 5. Fantastic to see her back in the pool.
Oh, take me to mind, Medi. You know, this is her main event. That is Medi we are looking at. I think we'll see some great swimming from her this week. But as you can see, she has got a nose peg, so that means she can just, I guess no water will be going up her nose underwater, and that is painful, trust me.
Well, they do use it to control the underwater breathing on backstroke. It's not too bad when you're on your front to control when you're going 15 metres underwater, but on your back, it's quite easy to get water up your nose, and a lot of backstroke swimmers, great swimmers, do use nose clips.
I mean, the last thing that you want when you're swimming is to sneeze. You know, that's not gonna. That's no help.
It clears your sinuses out. I mean, it might make you sneeze, but it really hurts. I've got to tell you, Medi Harris, a super backstroker here. She's going in lane number 5, a lifetime best of 59.2. She's coming back into big time racing, and has looked good so far. But it'd be great to see her develop over the next couple of years into LA in 2028.
Yeah, Medi is a Paris 2024 Olympian. She's a Commonwealth Games medalist from back in 2022 in Birmingham, and I think we're going to see her again this summer up in Glasgow for the 2016 Commonwealth Games.
Well, we certainly will. I'm looking forward to working with Hannah Miley there as well. That's going to be great fun, commentating on that Commonwealth Games. Really good swimming 4 here, though, from Blythe Kinsman. The Manchester performance swimmer was 4th last year in this 100 metres backstroke, and she's got a lifetime best of 60.64, the 19-year-old. 60.64, just outside that. Yes, 61.0. Well, that will get her into the final, I'm sure. It's a good swim from her, 61.0. That's the fastest so far in the first of these cycle-seeded heats. Second was Candice Hall, 62.6, and 62.8, Medi Harris. So Harris got a chance of making it through to the final this evening. Blythe Kinsman certainly will do with that. And Blythe Kinsman wins it. And still got some very quick swimmers to come. Katie Shanahan, Honey Osrin, both Paris Olympic finalists, and then of course Lauren Cox in lane number 4 in the final heat, a World Championship medalist in the 50 metres backstroke, the new European short course champion in the 50 backstroke. Quick DQ there in lane number 2, but no doubt about the winner, Blythe Kinsman. Very good swimming from her. Katie Shanahan, the fastest seed in 4 in this, the second last heat, with Honey Osrin next to her. So heat 10 at the women's 100 metres backstroke, and Shanahan right in the centre. Interesting to see what she does in lane 4. Osrin in 5. Both of them in the 200 metres backstroke final at the Olympic Games in Paris. Okay, starter not happy with something, so we're going to go again, I think. Here we go. So, for the second time of asking, it's the start of heat 10 of the women's 100 metres backstroke. Caitlin Ebbage of Stirling in 3, and then it's a teammate in 4. It's Katie Shanahan and Honey Osrin, the 2 Olympic finalists on the 200 back in 4 and 5.
Very well experienced from us, both of them, Katie and Honey. I remember Honey came, I think she was 5th in the Olympic final in Paris. A phenomenal athlete, quite new onto the scene, but fantastic altogether now. As we can see, she is thumb out, little finger in. First of all, that is how you swim backstroke, that is how we're all taught. And she, Kate Schillinger, leading that first 50 from the city of Repton Swimming Club, 30.06. Coming through our the middle lanes, Katie Shanahan and Honey Osrin.
So Shanahan leading right of the centre. Also going very well down here in 8 is Kate Schillinger of Repton. Great swim from her. And the Repton athlete right down here in lane 8 going well. But Katie Shanahan coming back through. Who's going to get the touch? It is Schillinger. 61.75, a quarter of a second. Nearly a quarter of a second ahead of Shanahan second. Osrin third. Well, I'll tell you what, it's going to be tight to make this final. It really is. Shanahan, I know, has had a little bit of illness and injury over the last couple of months, just starting to come back now. And the qualification standard very tough to achieve when you have been injured. So, well, I'm sure she'll be great this summer. It's just whether the selectors will use their discretion to choose her for the European Championships or the Commonwealth Games teams. If she doesn't make qualification standards, of course she still can do. So Schillinger, Kate Schillinger, great swim in lane 8 from Repton, 101.75, super from her. Shanahan second, Osrin third. It's a dangerous place to finish third with another big heat still to come, and look who's in it. Lauren Cox, Neil Ward, Ella Justice. They can all go quickly. Sutton is very fast from Swansea as well. It's going to be tight to make this final.
Yeah, you know, we do see Lauren in the 50 backstroke. That is her main event, so double the distance.
She's so strong, isn't she? Really is. European short course champion, 50 metres backstroke, world championship medalist on the 50 back. That is Lauren Cox of Manchester Performance in lane 4. Only a silver last year. Shanahan won it.
Take your marks.
So the final heat of the women's 100 metres backstroke here at the 2026 Aquatics GB Championships. Really good start in lane 7. Wow, that was Scarlett Ferris of Perth City Swim Club, the bright red hat. That was outstanding. Now starting to get into her stride is Lauren Cox right in the centre in 4.
Yeah, and to talk about Katie as well, you know, she didn't do the 400 IM this morning, but she is a 400 IM specialist. So to see her go and do the 100-metre backstroke, that just shows what a range of swimmer she is.
Well, she certainly is, and Lauren Cox looking good in the centre. Very powerful indeed. Really high head position, turnover really quick, and she's looking strong here. And I've got Katie Shanahan just join us in the commentary box. We'll just watch the end of this race if that's okay, because Lauren Cox is looking good here. She's looking very good. We haven't seen anyone on below 60 yet, and she's going to be pushing that here as Lauren Cox. This is great from her, PB 59.4, and she's going to be close. Is she? Oh, I tell you what, I thought she had it. 60.41 wins it. So Cox wins it first, second is Sutton, third is Neem Ward, 60.4, and then 62.3 and 62.40. So, my goodness me, what a fascinating event this is. Well, how was that heat of the 100 metres backstroke for you, Casey?
That was tough this morning. I think just kind of getting back in, loosening off the cobwebs, that sort of thing. I'm sure it'll be a really good race tonight as well, so yeah, looking forward to it.
Oh, that's super. Well, I understand you've had a little bit of injury, a little bit of illness as well recently, 2 different things, so to come back and swim that well, we'll just have a look at the confirmation of the results of that final heat. Cox wins it from Sutton and Ward. And I think you can hear a little bit of breathing there from Katie Shanahan. But here we go. We'll see the finalists now. And Katie Shanahan is in 4th fastest, 61.9. You happy with 4th fastest then?
Yeah, I'll take that. Like you said, this season's been an absolute shocker for me. So to be honest, like, to be here and to be racing, I'm over the moon with that. You know, at the start of the year, I didn't even think I'd be doing that. So, you know, I'm happy to just be here, back in racing, and, you know, I suppose this is just kind of a warm-up to the 200, because I'm kind of focusing on that. I've not really done much work for the 100 this season, because I've not really done much training. So, yeah, we'll see how it is tonight.
I have to say, I mean, it looks pretty good, to be honest, and I'm sure in the summertime you're going to be absolutely back on it and bang on. So I guess if you don't make those qualifications, I'm certainly not going to say you're not going to, because you look fantastic, but should it be that you didn't, I'm sure discretion, the selectors do have discretion to make the team, and it'd be great to see you in those middle lanes in the summer meets this summer.
Yeah, definitely. I'm hoping that, you know, at least my 200 I can get the time. Hopefully, I'm hoping anyway. I've been close to it this season, so hopefully I'll get that. But, you know, I am looking forward to the summer if I am picked. I'm sure it'll be really good, and I know by then I'll be back to full fitness, and I'll be a lot more motivated to kind of get in and get the job done there.
And I remember commentating on a certain Katie Shanahan at the Commonwealth Games in Scotland, and she did very well indeed. Looking forward to it?
Yes, I really am. I think a home games will be so special. I just kind of can't wait to get racing in front of a home crowd. I know loads of people that have already got tickets, the family, friends. So, yeah, I'm really, really excited for the summer.
Fantastic. Casey, I am going to let you go and swim down, because I know you're looking at me comfortable.
Thank you.
But lovely to chat. Well done in the heats this morning. Good job done. 3 and 4 final. Good luck tonight.
Thank you very much, Andy.
And in that 200.
Thank you.
Lovely talking to Katie Shanahan, always. 4th fastest into that women's 100 metres backstroke final. Lauren Cox fastest in. I think it was Blythe Kinsman was 2nd fastest into that final, so it's going to be a great final. Really will be. Next event up is the men's 400 medley, I think it is. Yes, it is. So just 3 in the first heat. So Jack Pritchard in 3, Jack Kears in the centre, and then Henry Shepherd of Bromley closest to us in 5. So there's 7 heats to this men's 400 IM, and a really good start here in lane number 5. Henry Shepherd, what a butterfly swimmer he is.
Yes, you know, we did see the women's 400 IM earlier, and, you know, it is a very unforgiving event. We just spoke to Katie. You know, she's not doing this competition, but she is a specialist in the 400 IM, and everyone's got their specific strokes. Mine was freestyle. Hannah's earlier was, I would say, breaststroke, because she used to win her 400 IMs on the breaststroke. But I do think Henry Shepherd's best stroke is butterfly, from how we swim in this 400 IM. He's gone out pretty strong, especially in this first 75. Can he hold on for the next 375 metres?
Yeah, he's got quite a long way to go. He looks good. Breathing every stroke. Actually coming out a little bit high. Maybe he could just keep his chin a little bit close to the water and use the energy to go forwards, but he's hit the wall right at the end of the stroke, which is good. 61 flat at the 100 metres. So Shepherd leads in lane 5. Henry Shepherd of Bromley. Looks like Jack Pritchard second and Jack Kears in third.
Andy, as a 100-fly Olympic medalist, what advice would you give to these butterfly athletes? What would the main bit of fly advice be?
Well, I suppose the fly in a medley might be quite significantly different to a fly off a flat. But certainly, I mean, I think technique and timing is everything on fly. If you get your technique and your timing right, it's so much easier. The flow, you can get easy speed. You don't have to try quite as hard if you get the timing perfectly. And of course, there's 2 kicks to get in. You've got to get the kick and the pull, kick and the push together. And if you do kick, you get propulsion from the kick. And if you also push at the same time, then you get propulsion forwards from 2 different forces. And that helps you so much if you get the timing of those 2 correct.
And what drill would you say is the best do for that propulsion for the water and fly?
My word, there's some technical questions coming in here, Dan. I used to love single arm butterfly, and you can start, 1 length left arm and then 1 length right arm, 1 length left, 1 length, and then you can go 6 on your left, 6 on your right, 6 on your left, 6, then 3, 3, 3, 3. And then you can go 2 left, 2 right, 2 full stroke. So you just build it up nice and slowly. Don't race it. Try and get the technique as perfect as possible. Then you can put it together. And once you've got the technique right, then you can let it go and let it fly. And I think if you can do that, you've got a cracking chance of getting a really good 200 fly, 100 fly, 200 fly going. Also, of course, really important to work with your coach. And speaking of coaches, we have an absolute superstar of British swimming here, the Aquatics GB. I think it's lead. Let me say your name first. Nathan Hilton, welcome to the commentary box.
Morning, thank you for having me. Yeah, it's performance pathway coach and marathon swimming lead. So I kind of work with Ewan in the pathway with our developing athletes, but also look after the open water swimmers as well, junior and senior. So.
And that's quite a title. Do you get that all on one side of a business card, or have you got to flip it over and get it on the other side?
Yeah, all on one side.
Let me just update you on this race just a second, because he's led from the start and he's looking very good as Henry Shepherd of Bromley. And so 100 metres to go. He's in lane 5. Jack Pritchard just in second place in 3, with Jack Kears in third. It's Nathan, you say you're I think you said the performance lead for open water and distance swimming, was that right?
Yeah, that's it, yeah. So I'll generally look after the open water team, but obviously encompassed within that is obviously the endurance type swimming as well.
And what constitutes endurance? Because for me, anything over 2 lengths is endurance. but is that 200s, 400s, 800s, 8s and 15s?
Yeah, it's generally kind of 400 up would generally what we'd be looking at. So yeah, so looking at, but obviously there's the pool team. So obviously Steve's head coach for the pool team. A lot of the 400 guys come under that. So like I'm working in the background with the coaches at the minute. Part of what I'm doing is working with the coaches and kind of trying to bring some new knowledge into what we're doing around our endurance-based events.
Well, we'll get into much more detail on that in a second. It'll be fascinating to hear what Nathan's up to. But the winner of this first heat of the men's 400 medley, it is Henry Shepherd of Bromley, 4:38.8 off a 4:43 entry time. Really good. 4.5 second lifetime best from him. Jack Pritchard second, 4:45. And then third in lane number 4 was Jack Kears of Guildford City Swimming Club in a 4:47. But he led right from the start there, Henry Shepherd. The first of 7 heats of this men's 400 IM. Impressive fly. It's such a tough event. And Nathan Hilton has joined us as the endurance race lead for Aquatics GB. There's the confirmation of the result. 4:38.8. Henry Shepherd, a huge lifetime best for him from Bromley. Great swimming from him. Pritchard second, Kears third. So endurance, 400 medleys an endurance event. Does that come under your bailiwick as well?
Yeah, like it's an event that we'll actually look at for the open water as well. So there's been quite a few good 400 IM swimmers that have come out of that and into open water. So like we had a girl on the team a couple of years ago called Amber Keegan. She won a European junior medal on 400 IM as a youngster and actually made a couple of world championships in the open water team as well. And there's been people like Eva Ristov from Hungary and a few other people as well.
Fascinating. 400 medley goes into open water. So this heat 2 of the men's 400 medley. Fastest seed is Peter McGrother of Derwent's side Gateshead swim team, right in the centre there in 4 and 5. Maybe a slightly better start is Josh Keogh of Bolton Metro. And Josh in 5 and 3. Gregor Ross of City of Glasgow going well down this first 50 of this 400 medley.
Yeah, taking the early lead here is Joshua Keogh from Bolton. Into this first 50 turn at 28.24. That is pretty rapid. Now, we spoke earlier about pace. It's all about pacing in the 400 IM because you do not want to go out too hard because these boys still have 325 meters to go, and 400 IM is one of the tough events. But Nathan, I'm just going to talk to you about something. Obviously, you do a lot with open water. I'm always very jealous of the open water swimmers. You always seem to go to the nicest places. You've always got a tan.
Yeah, not me. The team will tell you I actually like to be in the shade, but the other guys generally do. They like being in the sun.
I can't tell.
Thanks.
But no, they really do get some fantastic locations, don't they?
Yeah, one of the limitations, obviously, with the marathon in this country is the climate. So obviously, in terms of preparing for our major competitions, one of the things that we do have to do is obviously race abroad as either as part of the World Cup circuit or obviously the European Cup circuit. And generally they'll be in warmer climate type places. So yeah, it's good, but obviously what we're trying to do is prepare ourselves for when the major championships come around.
Well, I'm just going to head back to this race for a moment. Joshua Keogh is still leading the race. So we talked about earlier, 400 IM does have some swimmers go from that to distance swimming. Is that something you would do? Is it watching Joshua now? Would you talk to someone like Joshua, maybe try to get him into open water?
Yeah, I think generally I'll work with the coaches around that. We as part of the selection process in terms of open water, we do have some pool-based standards around pool-based swimming. So we'd be looking at those. Generally, they're based around freestyle, but in terms of developmentally, if we think we've got somebody on the 400 IM that we think could transfer through into the open water, then we would look at it, but it would be a bit of a process to go through, and we'd try and make sure that we're getting to swim the 400 free and the 800 free and the 1500 free as well.
And the 400 IM, of course, is one of the toughest events, but nothing is tougher than open water swimming. I know from personal experience. Of course, you know by watching us all as well.
Yeah.
How do you get the athletes geared up for, let's say, a 10K?
Yeah, it's a great question. Like, certainly I've been in this role kind of working with the open water guys now for about 3 years, and it's certainly one of the things that I would look at in terms of the psychology of it. It's a difficult event, right? But these type of events, the 400 IM, in terms of psychology, it's good. What we'd try and do is focus around the process. We'd have a process that we would go through. Kind of, you've obviously been through it, Dan, in terms of we would sit down a couple of days before the race. We'd be thinking about, right, what does it look like in terms of our strategy for the race? What's our feeding strategy? And then I think that one of the key things for me, it's like being a football manager, right? When you guys dive in, there's very little that we can do in terms of influencing the races going on. You're out there and we've got to trust you to do the job. So I think that's a big part of it, actually giving the trust to the athletes that actually they're able to deliver on the ground.
Indeed, and talk about deliver on the ground. Look up there in lane number 2. Lucas Lovell of Portsmouth North Sea going very well indeed. Also going well is Gregor Ross from City of Glasgow in lane 3. And right at the top there, Jacob Barnett also having a crack here. And I wouldn't be too surprised if they start having a go at the leader here, Lucas Lovell. They look like they may have slightly faster freestyle. Certainly at the top there, Jacob Barnett looks great.
I just clocked Jacob now. Now Jacob is breathing to the left on the way up to the turn end, so he's not even looking at the other boys. Now, this last 50, he's looking at all the rest of them, so he's going to try and just take that lead. But coming back strong on this last 50 is Joshua Keogh. Tough breaststroke for Joshua, but It's very good freestyle because he's back in the lead.
Well, he's had a super freestyle leg, and he's absolutely driving now. Also going very well is Jack Bicknell, closest to us in lane 9 from Northampton, just outside of that shot, and it's going to be very close indeed on the touch. Ooh, just gets it by what? 8 1/100ths of a second. Josh Keogh wins it from Bolton, from Jack Bicknell down the bottom here in lane 9 from Northampton Swimming Club, and third was Jacob Barnett. So first was lane 5, second was lane 9, third was lane 0, all over the pool. So hard to follow, and the lead changed so much during that race. But Josh Keogh's freestyle, very good indeed, and just touching 8 1/100ths ahead of Bignell in second, Barnett third, Lovell fourth.
I wonder if the athletes are aware of where they are in the water. I always liked to be aware, but I wonder if lane 10 is aware of where lane 1 is. Now Joshua Keogh taking the win there from Bolton Metro, 4:38.87, very closely followed by Jack Bignell, and then Jacob Barnett in third.
Indeed, so right at the top there, lane 0, right at the bottom is lane 9. Now we have heat 3 of 7 heats of this men's 4 AM. A couple of scratches in here, I believe, so lanes 1 and 7 have withdrawn. So there'll be just 8 swimmers in this heat 3 of the men's 400 medley. And 2 Mount Kelly swimmers, the fastest 2 seeds. Tom Beltin 4, and 5 is Harry Pearce. 4:39.8 and a 4:40.2, so lifetime best very close. So this is heat 3. At what stage? We've got Nathan Hilton here in this in the commentary box, and great to have him in. Leads the distance performance pathway. It's the distance endurance events in the pool and of course in the open water. At what stage would you start looking at someone and you think, you know, they're talented? I mean, like, you know, 9 years old, surely too young. 18, maybe too late. At what stage you start, you know, looking and identifying talent?
Yeah, it's a really interesting one. That one of the things that that we're looking at the minute, like we've got obviously one of our best ever 1500 lad sat next to us here. If you look at one of the things that we look at behind the scenes, Dan, when he first appeared into our kind of rankings on that event, was 17. And to make it onto the top 25 list as a 17-year-old, he'd only swum this event, the 1500 4 times. So David Davis was pretty similar. He popped in around about that age, and he'd only swum it twice to go to the top of the 17-year-old ranking. So it'd be slightly different for boys and girls. Obviously, girls will mature probably a little bit earlier than what the lads will. But kind of for the girls, probably kind of 14 to 16, they'll start to show. Lads, probably 16 to 18, they'll start to show, I would think.
I think it probably took me a long time to do my first one because I was in denial that it was my event. I remember my coach Adam Baker was like, try 1500, and I was like, no,
I'm still in denial. I'm 61. But do you know what is interesting? And I'm sure he won't thank me too much for saying this to you, Nathan, but I'm sitting next to a guy who looks very fit. He's been in the Olympic final. He's got a Commonwealth medal on a distance freestyle. I'm just wondering whether I can persuade him to consider having a chat about getting back in the pool. And I wonder who would be a good person to talk to should he actually want to do that, Nathan, head of distance swimming for Britain.
Yeah, like Dan's obviously been retired. How long now? A couple of years after Paris?
A year and a half.
Yeah, a year and a half, yeah. I'm sure Adam would welcome him back in Swansea any time, so I think that would be a good starting point if he was interested in it.
I would need some persuasion to do that. But I tell you what, I am watching these now. I'm watching these boys in the pool, and I'm a bit jealous. Now, Henry Norman is taking this breaststroke out really strong. He's ahead at the moment, long underwater, as we spoke to Hannah Miley about earlier.
Yeah, did you swam 400 IM as a youngster as well, Dan?
I did. It was my first national medal. So yeah. I didn't get my first national medal until I was 18 years old, which a lot of people get their first one when they're about 14, 15. I was 18. So, you know, age is just a number. Every athlete is different.
Yeah, absolutely. We had, I remember coaching Alice Deering, and when I coached her, she actually won a European junior medal before she won her first national medal. Won European junior open waters and then came back and won nationals that summer.
That's amazing, isn't it? Absolutely extraordinary. We'll just give you a quick update on this. This is heat 3 of this men's 400 metres individual medley, and up there in lane 3, Lachlan Beasley of City of Manchester Aquatics going very well in the breaststroke. Really high stroke recovery, almost PTS, that isn't it? And then down here in lane 8, Henry Norman of Bromley. Of course, we use all 10 lanes, so lane 0 at the top and lane 9 closest to us, and Alfie Owen in 9 going very well at the moment, turning 5th, but he's not that far behind the leaders. The leader up there in lane 3 is still Lachlan Beasley of Manchester, with Henry Norman 2nd. Just about in lane 6, Frank Lamb of Millfield also going very well. And I'm sure that Nathan will be watching these athletes with great interest, just to work out whether we're going to start seeing any of them starting to move into contention for consideration for, what is it, consideration for selection, consideration for being looked after? What is it? What do you do?
Yeah, so like obviously this week, these lads will probably be a bit more around the European junior team, so obviously there's consideration time as part of the selection policy for that. And yeah, like we'd be keeping an eye on these guys to see where they're at in relation to that.
Well, there's some very good swims to be done so far, not least of which in this session, the women's 4 IM, well under the European junior consideration time, was Emily Smith. What a year she had, double European junior champion on the 2 and the 4 IM, and then went to the World Championships, Junior Championships in Romania, and got a silver. It's Henry Norman winning this 3rd heat of the men's 400 medley in lane 8. Very good swim from him, 4:38.7 off a lifetime best of 4:41. So that's a 3-second lifetime best for Henry Norman. Lachlan Beasley 2nd, the 19-year-old, 2 19-year-olds 1st and 2nd, with Frank Lamb, the junior, in 3rd. And Frank Lamb, a lifetime best for him. The first 5 swimmers going under 4:40. That's very good, because only one of them was seeded under. That was Tom Belt. So Norman wins it, Beasley 2nd, Lamb 3rd, Owen 4th. The last 2 heats of the cycle seeded heats, heats 6 and 7, so progressively getting faster now. This next one, heat 4. And Fergus Thompson of University of Aberdeen Performance, the fastest seed, goes in lane 4.
This is heat 4.
So the big red A on the hat of the swimmer in the centre lane, University of Aberdeen Performance. Fergus Thompson, the fastest seed, lifetime best of 4:36.6. All 10 athletes in this heat, all seeded in the 4:30. So we're done with the 4:40s now. It's getting quick, and it's getting very quick. So I wouldn't mind just asking Dan if we can. Dan, you were a medley swimmer, and then you made that transition from the medley into the distance that Nathan was saying is so important. What was it that you started thinking, maybe it's not the medley that's going to be my best event, that it's actually going to be a distance freestyle? Because I suppose that's, Nathan, what you'll be looking for athletes starting to think there's something else that I could do, and it's actually an endurance event. What was it that made you start thinking about it, Dan?
Well, as a kind of 400 medley swimmer, you still have to do quite a bit of distance in training, and that was my best training sessions. And obviously I was coached by Adam Baker from Swansea University, and he just said, you know, you're good at these distance training sessions, let's try to do a distance event. And I was like, Adam, please. I remember doing my first one, and I was the worry that I had before I'd done it, but you know, it paid off. It became my main event, and yeah, I've done it all the years after that.
I think that's often the way that happens. Like I coached a girl a good few years back now called Polly Holden, and she came into the program at university age and kind of was kind of swimming in the 100-tonner group. They were pretty good events for her, but actually became apparent pretty quickly that she could do stuff that the other athletes couldn't do around endurance-based swimming. So I said to her, look, you know, you might not want to hear this, but actually this might be a really good avenue for you to explore. And within 12 months, she'd made it onto the open water team and was representing Great Britain at a senior international level. Now, obviously, not everyone's going to do that. However, that's quite often how it happens, that actually you show some promise in one event, but actually might not solely be the event that individual is going to be good at. So I think keeping the doors open is really good for the youngsters.
It might not be what you want to hear as an athlete, but you train to get as far as you possibly can in the sport. And so if your best chance of getting far in the sport is by doing an event you don't like, well, that's just what you have to do sometimes. Yeah,
absolutely. I think when I was coaching, I obviously don't coach on poolside day to day anymore, but when I was coaching, my real underlying passion was just to help people do the best that they could do and achieve things that they probably didn't think were possible. And sometimes, like you say, Dan, that does mean maybe doing an event that they might not enjoy, but that's going to give them the best chance of achieving what they want to achieve when they set out in the sport.
It is interesting, and you said a couple of times there, Dan, that it wasn't what you wanted to hear, but then you went on to become an Olympian, an Olympic finalist, and a Commonwealth Games medalist. It's interesting. I don't really want to, and I get it, but I don't really want to hear that you might be becoming a distance swimmer, but then you might be becoming a distance swimmer and becoming an Olympian and becoming an Olympic finalist and becoming a Commonwealth medalist. Yes, please.
Yeah, I mean, it's just daunting. A 1500 is a daunting event. You know, it feels.
You should
like
try 100 fly, mate. I mean, that's a proper.
You are
that's
right.
a tough one. That's a tough one.
Well, talking about tough races, we are watching one right now, and coming into this last 100, we're seeing Fergus Thompson take the lead. No, we're not, sorry. We're watching Oliver Murray take the lead up in lane 0. Outside smoker, 3:30.99, but very close, 3:31.08. Fergus Thompson. It's going to be a good scrap from these boys. You know, we are seeing Oliver Murray look left. He's not seeing where Fergus is at the moment, but he will on his last 50.
Indeed, you're right, Dan, and I have to say thank you so much to Nathan for joining us. It's been a fascinating chat. Maybe we can have you again later on in the week, but it's really interesting to hear what that brilliant work that you're doing with Aquatics GB.
No worries at all. Thank you for having me. If you need me on later in the week, always happy to do it.
Or we need you on later in the week, just to be clear. Thank you so much. That's Nathan Hilton, the Aquatics GB performance lead for the endurance and open water events. Thank you, Nathan. We'll be welcoming back Hannah Miley into the commentary box, the British record holder on the women's 400 medley. And great chat that was with Nathan. But look at the top there, Oliver Murray, really good from Millfield. Fantastic freestyle leg. Right at the top, he's just outside of that shot top left. He's won it. Oliver Murray, 4:34.41. Very good indeed, up at 4:39. So it's a 5-second lifetime best from the Millfield School student right at the top there. Really good from him. There we go. Well done. And he's got a Hannah Miley red face there. That's he's got that glow going.
There's definitely no hiding that red face when you finish. That was 100% all effort in.
It's great to see, though. I mean, it tells me very clearly that he's left it all in the pool, which is wonderful to see. If you're going to come to a national championships, the Aquatics GB 2026 championships, it's qualification for European championships, for European juniors, for Commonwealth Games. Why would you not leave it all in the pool?
Exactly, and it's every race is an opportunity, and if you're going to make it back to the finals, you might, and you know you can, you might give a little bit of a leeway, but if not, you've got to leave it in. This is your final.
And hoping to make it into the final is Oliver Murray from Millfield, winning that heat in 4:34. Leo Talbot, in second. Now we're seeing the start list for the men's heat 5 of 7. Isaac Thompson going in lane 4 from Mount Kelly. A great meet they've had so far. It's only day 2.
Indeed, and another Millfield athlete right at the top there in lane 0. Just seen his teammate win and a 5-second lifetime best.
Take your marks.
Yes, seeing Sky Sharpeth go in lane 0 now. He has just watched his teammate have a 5-second personal best. That, I would have thought that will probably affect how he swims. You know, they obviously train together, and seeing your teammate do a best time, and you've done the same training as them, you're thinking, well, this is going to be me as well.
I certainly agree with that. I think when you've got your teammates, you know, you're supporting one another, you're competing against each other, but you want to support, and that can lift you up. You know, rising tides raises all boats. So, yeah, I definitely think Isaac will certainly see his teammate having done well and think, yeah, we're in a good place right now, let's go for this.
It's so important to have great teammates. Who would you say you used to train with up in Scotland?
Oh, that's a good shout, actually. It kind of varied. I was up in the northeast of Scotland, so I did train very much on my own. It was between myself and my dad and the Aquapacer, a little device that would beep in my head for pacing and stroke rates. But when I went on training camps with GB or Team Scotland, or sometimes I would go with, I think, over into the Irish swim team, I've been over to America, you learn to adapt and you learn to train with different people. So I wouldn't say there's one particular person that I trained against. A lot of it was, I guess I had to do it on my own. I had my teammates around me, which were great. They helped me, especially on maybe my weaker events. But just because they're not going head-to-head doesn't mean they're not important. They were very important, because those conversations before training, after training, were just as important. You can have a good day, bad day. That team element is really, really key. So no matter where I was in the world, always trying to make friends and have that support.
You just said now you trained a lot of it on your own up in the northeast of Scotland. Now, you said about the Aquapacer. Now, I've been to a training camp before, and I listened to a seminar from your dad, and I just couldn't work out how you trained with that thing. Would you prefer to train on your own with that, or would you prefer to train with like a teammate?
It depends on the training session. Sometimes it's a waterproof metronome. You know, it can drive you mad, depending how long the training session is and how long you have this device beeping at you. Sometimes having the training partner can be really helpful, but I had to make do with the situation that I was in. We were in a great place, you know, 4-lane 25-meter pool was where we trained in. I trusted my dad, he knew his stuff. And as I say, the teammates around me, they were great. They were very young, because I just refused to move out of home, really. So I was the oldest by quite a significant part. But yeah, it just all became part of the ingredients to my journey, really. So I couldn't choose which one. They each one had its own reason. Being on my own was great, but at the same time, having teammates can also be really beneficial.
Absolutely, and you know, we are seeing, as I said earlier, the Mount Kelly team having a great one. Isaac Thompson from Mount Kelly is leading this race here, very closely followed by Austin Manley up in lane 1. You know, they've got 120 metres left. But Hannah, you know, you spoke about your dad being your coach, obviously, and being your dad. We've seen your dad this week. Are you following how his team are doing right now?
Yeah, I was watching the previous heat. Fergus Thompson was racing, so it was nice, again, another 400 medley swimmer that my dad was managing there. And yeah, I do follow, but at the same time, I'm kind of watching all the swimmers, all the coaches. There is that personal connection, but it's nice being able to have a little bit of separation now that I'm no longer swimming, and actually have him back as my dad, not just as a coach.
Well, we are seeing now Sky Sharpless take the lead. What is he feeling right now after swimming 325 metres?
Oh, your whole body's on fire.
Sounds great.
Yeah, it's wonderful. That's why we do the 400 IM. Yeah, you're literally hanging on. You're trying to give as much as you can give on that last 50, because you have worked every muscle group possible. The muscle group for fly, muscle groups for backstroke, which is different from breaststroke, and then it's your freestyle, holding strong. So yeah, you'll be trying to race the person next to you to get that win over them.
And we are seeing, trying to get the win is Sky Sharpless here. I think he's going to take the win. You know, his personal best in this event is 3:39. I think this is going to be a massive PB from Sky here from Millfield. He touches in 4:31. That's an 8-second personal best, Andy, in the morning.
Well, one, it's a brilliant swim. Two, it is in the morning. We sometimes talk about morning swims, and I think it's hopefully a thing of days gone by, because if you swim a morning swim, a slow swim in the morning because you just got out of bed, you don't make it through to the finals, and we're really trying to make sure that that no longer happens. So everybody who comes to these Aquatics GB Championships, no such thing as a morning swim. Get up and get on with it. And Sky Sharpless of Millfield up there in lane 0, well, I think he just saw his teammate go from about 4 seconds slower than him in the previous heat, so about 2 seconds quicker, and that's why we've just seen a massive lifetime best, 4:31.6. Well done, Sky. Austin Manley second, Harry Cox third, Isaac Thompson fourth for Matt Kelly. It's another really good swim from all of those guys right in the centre. That's heat 5, so now we've got the 2 cycle seeded heats in this men's 400 IM, and Charlie Hutchison goes in lane number 4. Well, he has been training the States in the 25-yard pool. He's just come back, hasn't done any long course training really, and it's so difficult to do that. Such a different style of training, from short course yards to long course meters. I wonder whether coming into Los Angeles and the Olympic trials in 2028, some of those focuses will really be on training in the UK. So hard to do that in the States and come back. And British facilities so much better now. British university programs, the national performance programs. We've got some cracking stuff going on. And certainly, if last night there's anything to go by, Dan, we've got some brilliant swimmers.
Fantastic swimmers nationwide. You know, we have the performance centres. You have Loughborough, Manchester, Stirling, Bath, but also not everyone goes to the performance centres. I didn't. I trained in Swansea. You know, Hannah, where did you train?
I trained in Geary, a small little club, amateur club in the northeast of Scotland, near Aberdeen.
Every athlete is different. Every athlete is. Some like to go to a performance centre. It wasn't for me. But we spoke just now about the morning swim. In competitions like this, you can't do that. But especially, Hannah, you've been to Commonwealth Games, Europeans, Worlds, Olympic Games. Morning swims, you just can't do that.
Yeah, you have to gauge where you're at. You can't take anything for granted, because you might have somebody in the outside lane who is literally going to go for it. Olympic Games is a great example of that, because you cannot hold back. If you want to make that final, you do have to swim really strong in those heats if you want to guarantee that second swim. So there is a little bit of planning ahead. There's a little bit of experience as well behind that. But sometimes getting up and racing fast, sometimes in order to swim fast, you have to swim fast. So getting those warm-ups right, making sure your preparation is good so that you can gear yourself up to have a strong performance. And once you've done your performance, it's all about that recovery to then back it up for that second swim.
And in training, would you practice for morning racing?
Yes, so sometimes we would do our tough sessions, like VO2 max sessions, threshold sessions in the morning. And yeah, you're not going to be racing maybe at 6 o'clock in the morning, but it is important to do some really intense training just to practice getting up and being solid in your swimming.
Well, certainly these two guys in the centre are doing exactly what Hannah and Dan were describing there. Charlie Hutchison, I think, is going to be leading at the halfway mark. He is just 2:06.17 at the halfway. The fly in the back gone, the breast and the free to come. And David Annis has gone with him and looks very good indeed. Now, this is the part that I have to say Dan and I just find a complete mystery. The breaststroke leg of a 400 medley. It's just such an alien environment. May well have got on that space rocket and gone to the moon.
Well, this is when I was having a lovely rest.
Yeah, well, exactly. That's exactly my point. Hannah, Dan used to really love the 400 medley because he'd have a rest on the breaststroke leg. Did you ever have a rest on the breast? She's killing herself laughing here.
I'd love to have had a rest on the breaststroke. I had to work really hard on it. I remember at an interview, I had to say I had to go out as hard as I could on the fly in the back because everybody would catch me up on the breaststroke. Over time, I developed a strength for the breaststroke, and as you can see here, Charlie Hutchison is now starting to pull away. That strength there in his breaststroke, looking really strong and long, throwing those hands forward. And yeah, for some individuals, breaststroke can be the make or break in the medley.
We spoke about that earlier, isn't it? Like, breaststroke, as you just said, is the make or break. It broke me, made you, 100%. So, going into this last 100 now, we see in Charlie Hutchison, and then very closely followed by David Annis. Now, David, he's not looking at Charlie on this last but 150. But I think, we know David is a very good freestyler. He's swimming quite close to the lane, and as you can see, Charlie is swimming the other side of the lane because Charlie knows that if he swims by David, David could use his slipstream.
Yes, and it's very possible to do so. And I sometimes talk about mummy whale and baby whale, and it's not quite right for athletes of this quality, but if you get big mummy whale or baby whale just stays in the slipstream and doesn't have to swim at all, just gets dragged along, And look at that turn. Wonderful turn from Charlie Hutchinson, that last turn there. And his freestyle really good. Probably took about a metre off Anis on that final turn. And coming up with 20 metres to go, Charlie Hutchinson from Dumfries, 4th in the B final on the 400 metres freestyle, but was 2nd last year in this event, the 4IM. He's looking good. And lifetime best of 4:14. He's going to be quite a way behind that, but that's a comfortable swim. He'll have saved plenty of energy for this evening. He's job done. Practiced a couple of important things there, including that final turn. But Hutchison leads the field at the moment with a 4:20, the fastest so far. Anis is 2nd with 1 heat to go. Charles Kershaw 3rd. And those 3 guys, well, 4:20.7, 4:22, they'll certainly make it through to the final. And then Charles Kershaw's got a chance, you know. So that was the 2nd last heat of the men's 4am. Hutchison wins it, 4:20.7. Anis 2nd, Kershaw 3rd, Rapson 4th. Again, one of the events that the depth falls off quite quickly at this championship, but I can tell you the fastest seed, lane number 4, the defending champion in this men's 4am, Max Litchfield, 4 times Olympic finalist, 4th in each, utterly brutal. And he goes in lane 4, George Smith in 5, Dan Ransom in 6 of Leeds, Edward Marcel Whittles of Chelsea and Westminster in 3, with Finley Davis of University of Stirling in 2. The final heat of the men's 4am. So Max Litchfield, fastest seed in lane number 4, and well, as I was saying, 3 times Olympic finalist, 3 times 4th, and Hannah Miley, you've been in the Olympic final a couple of times. How many Olympic finals were you in the 4am?
I was in 3 400 IM finals, so Beijing, London, and in Rio. And
placing
6th, 5th, and 4th.
Oh, wow! So between you and Max, 6 Olympic finals in the 4am. My word! In Beijing.
Beijing, 2008.
Wow. I tell you what, looking at you, I'm thinking, what did you do in Paris?
Yeah, I watched it.
So did I, to be fair. It's only the youngster sitting next to us that was actually swimming in it. It's right in the centre, Max Litchfield. He's been pressed here on this first leg of the 4am. George Smith in 5, Edward Marcel Whittles in 3. And the first 100 down, 57.2, 57.6 and 57.8. And, well, that's the 100 fly leg down now, back breast and freestyle. I've got to say, delighted to be joined by Charlie Hutchison, winner of that previous heat from Dumfries. And great swim that, and looked nice and comfortable.
Yeah, I'm very happy with that. Happy to be back in the booth again. It was such a pleasure last year. But, yeah, I didn't have a great final last night in the 400 free. I entered that to really blow some cobwebs out of the system, because I've been racing yards all year, so only been swimming long course for the last 2 weeks really. So I was very nervous going into that, and I'm really happy with how I performed there. 4:20, and I had a lot in me, so I'm excited for tonight.
It looked very good, but you looked quite comfortable on the fly. What's the tactic? Were you trying to go easy on the fly, or were you pushing it? Because we were talking to Hannah Miley about tactics on a 4am. What are your tactics on the 4am?
For me, it's certainly have a strong first 200, and my breaststroke is a very big weakness and something I've been working on for the last couple of years. So I really need to set myself up in a good position, especially when I'm racing George Smith, where I outsplit him by 5 seconds on the backstroke and he outsplits me 5 seconds on the breaststroke, so it balances out. And it sort of fluctuates between who I'm racing. When I'm racing Max, it's just hang on to his pockets and see, hope he doesn't leave me.
Well, Max is a class. We were just talking about 3 times Olympic finalist in this 4am, 3 times 4th in those finals. How are you going to swim against somebody like Max Litchfield in the final this evening?
I'm going to take a lot of bicarb to buffer the lactate production from trying to have a strong but comfortable first 200. Really work on my breaststroke, and then hopefully swim over him or swim in the last 100. I know bold things to say with someone like Max, but I've been working on my underwaters a lot. Like, I went 15 metres off that last wall there for a bit of practice, and hopefully I can do the same as what Leon does and really bounce off all my walls and play to my strengths, really.
Well, Leon Marchand, Olympic champion on that 4 a.m. world record holder, and utterly brilliant. But we were watching that last turn. What do you do on that last turn? Just talk us through that last turn, because you did go a long way and you were underwater for a while. It must be really hard to do right at the end of a 4 a.m. But it was a great turn.
Yeah, it's definitely difficult, but it's not like, what's he splitting?
316.24 right in the centre there.
Okay.
Is that good? You happy with that?
Yeah. Well, he'll be first in. Hopefully he tires himself out. He's going a little bit easier here. But going back to your question, like, I've been swimming yards all year, and it's a lot shorter pool, and it's just the underwater World Championships, really. So I've really been working on it. It was my strength anyway going into swimming yards. So, like, in the warm-up and the swim downs, I'll be going 50 metres off every wall anyway. So, like, when I come to racing, then it's second nature, really. Like, it still hurts a lot, but it's something that I'm used to doing, and it's like, gets the most out of it. But come on, Max.
Well, it looks like you're going to be second to Max if he brings us home. Second in the final, so Max Litchfield just bringing this final heat of the men's 400 IM home, and it was a 4:20 for Charlie on that previous heat. This one's going to be about 4:7. Lovely long glide in. Look at that one, lovely. It was a long glide in. 4:18.2 with a 4:21 second. So I think that puts you second into the final. So lane 5 right next to Max Litchfield. Is that where you'd like to be?
Yeah, that's exactly what I'd like to be. Up there, hopefully sit on his wave, get a little bit of draft, and then go eye to eye down the last 50, hopefully.
I tell you what, eye to eye, swim over the top of him underwater. This could be very exciting tonight. This is great stuff. Charlie Hutchinson, good luck tonight. Well done this morning. It looked like a nice, comfortable... How comfortable was it? Was it very...
Oh, that was like a 4 out of 10 effort. 4
out of 10.
There's nothing crazy.
And what are we looking for tonight, time-wise?
Well, hopefully I would first like to qualify for Commonwealth for Scotland, represent Scotland for the first time. I think it's a 4:18, and then the European standard is a 4:13. So if I can get anywhere near 4:13, it'd be a big PB for me, and it'd be a great honour to be on the European team.
Well, there are the qualifiers for the final. So Litchfield will be in 4 with Hutchison in 5. So Charlie, next to you will be David Annis again. So you'll have Litchfield one side and Annis the other side. Happy with that?
Yeah, very happy, and I'm especially happy to represent Dumfries. They won Club of the Year in Scotland this year, and I've always swam for them throughout my career, but representing different clubs as my first team, this is my first time representing it as my main.
Brilliant. Well, that's Charlie Hutchinson. Always a joy to talk to you. Never quite sure what you're going to say, but always enjoy it. Great fun. Thanks for joining us in the commentary box so quickly after that heat of that 400 medley, and good luck tonight. What a character. Great fun guy, and really, really great 400 medley swimmer. So that's the end of the 400 IMs, and what a session we've had. We've had a really busy morning. It's been fascinating, hasn't it? It really has. Lots going on. So that's the end of that 400 IM. We've got a little bit of a break, I think. Maybe we've got to swim off first. Indeed we do. So we do have a swim off, and then there's going to be 1,500 metres freestyles coming up. So it is going to be the men's 50 breaststroke, and just to make it easy for you, there's 3 swim offs within one race. So I'll try and make it clear for you. So lanes 2, 3 and 4, they will be swimming for 2 places in the junior final. So there's 3 athletes in 2, 3 and 4. That's Lucas Carter, Jeremiah Carnegie and Ed Robinson. They're all going for 2 places in the junior final. Then lanes 5 and 6, Dominic Polling and Lewis Fraser, they're going for first and second reserve in the, I think, in the A final. And then in lanes 7 and 8, that's Jacob Hamlin and Jack James. They'll be going for second reserve in the B final. I hope you got all of that. So I'll just go through it one more time. In 2, 3 and 4, they'll be swimming for 2 places in the junior final, those 3 athletes. In 5 and 6, they'll be going for first or second reserve in the A final. And 7 and 8, they'll be going for second reserve in the B final. 50 metres breaststroke. And Dan is going to be telling us exactly what's happened as soon as they all finish.
I've done easier crosswords. I'm glad you described that.
Take your marks.
So this is the swim-off for 3 different events for this evening's finals. 2, 3 and 4 all having a crack at each other. In fact, 6 hasn't turned up. That's interesting. So Dominic Poling will be the first reserve in the A final, and he looks very good indeed. Look at this in lane 5. He looks fabulous, Dominic Poling. 28.05 he went in the heats. Great opportunity for him to have a good attack. Oh, 28.05 this morning, 28.00 this evening. That's a, well, what is it, lunchtime, 12.33. Super swim from him, another excellent time. So let's just, the top 2 on lanes 2, 3 and 4. So that is, oh, gracious. Jeremiah, oh, gracious. So Jeremiah is one of the 2 who will be going forward in the junior final. And who was the second of the juniors? 2, 3 and 4. It was 4, so it was Edward Robinson. So Jeremiah Koenig and Edward Robinson will be in the junior final. Dominic Poling will be the first reserve for the A final. And of those 2, it's Jack James is going to be the second reserve for the B final. There we go. As clear as day. Can't believe you even questioned it.
Honestly, everyone back home, the eyes I give Andy, I was like, don't give this to me.
Well, we're just going to have a little bit of a break, a little bit of a 15-minute break, and give the officials a little bit of respite, and then we will be coming back to the pool in 15 minutes' time, and I think it's at 12:55. 12:55 it is for the 3 heats of the women's 1500 metres freestyle. It is heat declared winner, so the 4th heat will be this evening. That will be the fastest heat, and it will be in the final session. But those first 3 heats will start at 12:55, so there's going to be a little bit of a break now. But join us again at 12:55 for the 3 heats of the 1500 metres freestyle. But from me and Jameson so far from the morning, it's been absolutely fabulous and a privilege to be joined by Hannah Miley, from Nathan Hilton, from all those athletes coming through the commentary box, and of course from Dan Jervis. Goodbye from me, Andy Jameson.
Goodbye from me, Daniel Jervis.
And thank you very much, Hannah Miley. Hopefully you will join us again.
Thank you very much for having me. Hopefully be back soon.
Welcome back to the Aquatics GB Swimming Championships London 2026. Please welcome the athletes for the women's 1500 metres freestyle heats. This is Heat 1.
Take your marks.
We're racing again. Welcome back to the London Aquatics Centre ahead of these 1500 metre freestyle events. Kate Roberts goes in lane 0 on this first heat of the women's 1500 metres freestyle. She's racing here for the City of Liverpool. Mia Hawkins for the City of Birmingham goes in lane 1. 2 is Bo Cunningham for Corby. 3 is Hannah Sterry for Tigers Jersey. 4, Katie Wern for Camden Swiss. 5 is Jess Jones for Warrington Warriors. 6 is Phoebe Adams for Northampton. And 8 is Isla Roberts for Hackney Anaconda. Our early lead comes from Hannah Sterry in lane 3. Most of the swimmers here in the 15 to 19 years age range, the youngest being Mia Hawkins in lane 1, who's only 15 years old. The eldest actually being Isla Roberts in lane 8 at 17 but nearly 18. Hannah Sterry continues to lead the Jersey Tigers swimmer. Katie Wern in lane 4. Of course the favourite for this race. She's actually gone a little bit faster since qualifying for the British Championship. 17:33 is her latest PB, and that's also a British deaf record. Katie has represented Great Britain at the Deaf Olympics. $200 down, just 1,300 left to swim. Hannah Sterry, another athlete who has since beaten her time. Lifetime best is 17:19.16, but she enters on 17:36. Set her latest lifetime best 3 weeks ago now in Luton. When she said that, she turned at 400 metres in 4:33, so we'll be keeping an eye on her 400 metre split. I think she's inside PB pace at the moment though. Jess Jones of Warrington looking strong in lane 5. Thinking about the Commonwealth Games in Glasgow in now only a few months' time. Worth bearing in mind that we don't represent as a British team at a Commonwealth Games. It's the home nations of England, Scotland, Wales and Northern Ireland, but also the Channel Islands will compete as individual islands, so you will see athletes from Team Jersey competing. And of course, Hannah Sterry could quite possibly find herself on that team, especially if she could pull out a really strong 1500 freestyle. This is the first 500 meters complete here. Sterry turns in 5:38.7, so she's about 4 seconds faster than her PB pace. We don't race a heat and a final in the 1500s at the British Championships. We race heat declared winners, and then the fastest heat will take place in tonight's final session. So you'll see 3 heats in this session, and then a 4th heat will fall into the final session tonight. That session gets underway from 7:30, live across the Aquatics GB YouTube channel, and also taken by the BBC. But really worth being here in the venue at the London Aquatics Centre to witness some of the super exciting finals that we're going to have coming over that hour and a half show. Still Hannah Sterry who leads, 6:48 she's adding, continuing to be 3.5 to 4 seconds inside her PB time. much the halfway point of this 1500. 15 lengths completed, 15 lengths to swim. And it's still all about Hannah Sterry in the centre. A 16-year-old from Jersey. Currently sitting 2 to 3 seconds underneath best time pace. 17:19 is her PB from only a few weeks ago. So I mentioned that we don't swim a heat and a final. In the 1500 free, we race heat declared winners. So it's the top 3 times across all 4 heats that will receive the medals. That means that if we see a particularly special swim over the next 3 heats, they could find themselves a place on the podium. We've seen it before, both on a national and an international stage, where someone hasn't been seeded in the top 10, so hasn't made it into that fastest heat in the final session, but has managed to clock such a special time that they found themselves on the podium. So everything to swim for the athletes in the water this afternoon. .10.18 after 18 lengths complete. Still 3 seconds inside PB pace for Hannah Sterry of Tigers Jersey. Jessica Jones of Warrington Warriors. Maybe some way back from Hannah Sterry, but could still be on for a really solid time. Her PB is some 15 seconds behind that of Hannah Sterry. So if Sterry is under PB pace by 3 seconds, I wouldn't say that there was 15 seconds difference between Hannah and Jessica. In fact, there isn't. There's about 7 seconds difference between them. That means that both Jessica Jones and Katie Werner on track here to go for really strong times as well. Sterry takes a slight look up at the lap card just to check how many lengths she has left to go. And 9 is the answer that she receives from the official on the end of the pool. Into her final 500 meters now. In fact, pretty soon she'll be into her final 400. Of course, for any of these athletes to qualify for the British Championships, as it is with any athlete that we see across the week, they've all had to work incredibly hard with their coaches to get to that point. And whilst you may not find yourself at the front of the heat, doesn't mean that you don't deserve a mention. So huge well done and congratulations to Kate Roberts in 0, Mia Hawkins in 1, Bo Cunningham in 2, Phoebe Adams in 6, Austin Burrows in 7, and Isla Roberts in 8. We haven't spoken too much about them as they're a little bit further back than the rest of the pack. The leader of those is currently Mia Hawkins for the City of Birmingham in lane 1. 300 metres left to swim then. 13:50.31. Let's have the little check to see if we're still under PB pace. We are, but only just. We started off about 4 seconds underneath PB pace with Hannah Sterry. We dropped to 3. Now we're only a couple of seconds underneath. Maybe even less, maybe only a second inside. And still pretty much 7 seconds between Sterry and Jones, with another 2 seconds back. This is the last time that we'll turn at this end without the bell. 1,300 metres complete. .81 for Hannah Sterry. She is under PB pace, but now only by 0.4 of a second. Katie 1 trying to close the gap, opened up by Jessica Jones. Mia Hawkins still sitting in 4th place with Kate Roberts from the City of Liverpool almost exactly 2 seconds behind her. So a secondary race going on in lane 0 and 1. And Mia, as I mentioned, the youngest swimmer in the field and only 15 years old. Last few meters of this 1500 then. We will be turning for 100 meters to go, and the bells will ring to let the athletes know that they have 2 lengths left to swim. And there are the bells, 16:11.54. So Hannah Sterry has now just fallen outside of PB pace, that best time of 17:19. She came back in a 1:08.2 when she set her PB, so she needs to come back faster than that if she wants to set another best time here. Last 50 as Hannah Sterry tries to clock as fast a time as she can here at the London Aquatics Centre. 17:19, remember, is a best time from her. We're also looking for best times from Jess Jones. Her previous best is 17:36, and Katie 1, 17:33. I'll keep you up to date across all of those as we come now into the final 15 metres. Hannah Sterry is definitely going to take the heat. I think she might be just shy of her 17:19 PB, or maybe she dips just inside it. What does she go? 17:20.34. Well, she had to swim that entirely on her own. Absolutely fair play to Hannah Sterry. Out really fast. Huge best time from Jessica Jones, 17:26.68. That's a 10-second PB from Jessica Jones of Warrington. And Katie 1 has absolutely smashed her own British DEF record. 17:28.46 is a new GB DEF record by some 5 seconds. So well done to Katie 1. Mia Hawkins came in there 4th, 17:45.9 for Mia. Kate Roberts at 17:47 placed her in 5th overall. By far the fastest time she's done so far this year, though. 6th place was Phoebe Adams of Northampton at 17:58 for Phoebe. Again, that's her first time underneath 18 minutes this season, and a season's best by some 17 seconds. Here's Isla Roberts of Hackney, 18:22.1 for Isla. And Bo Cunningham comes through to take her final few strokes in lane 2. And let's have a little look at the results for that 1500. That's all confirmed now. Sterry, Jones and One come in your top three. Jones and One both set PBs. And a special shout out to Katie One for breaking that British deaf record by 5 seconds. This is Heat 2.
Take your marks.
Second heat of women's 1500 metres freestyle at the Aquatics GB Swimming Championships London 2026. Thanks for joining us, whether you're here at the London Aquatics Centre or also you have the pleasure of my voice for 40 minutes or so if you're joining us on the Aquatics GB YouTube channel. Jessica Corder goes in lane 0 on this second heat of the women's 1500 freestyle. Amber Hinton of Dumfries is in 1. 2 is Freya Gordon for Halsmere. 3 is Evie Hans for Loughborough Uni. 4, Phoebe Lawton for the City of Coventry. It's Sophie Dowding for the City of Liverpool in 5. Ellie Hull, City of Birmingham, goes in 6. 7 is Katie Otterson for Newcastle. 8 is Francesca Harrison for the City of Leicester. And 9 is Iris Hurst for Warrington Warriors. So an even younger swimmer goes in this heat than the last. Ellie Hull in lane 6. Swimming as a 15-year-old this year, but is actually a long way off her 15th birthday. So still 14 years old and racing in the second heat of the women's 15 free at the British Championships. And keeping up there as well, turns in second place. After 200 metres, it's Sophie Dowding for the City of Liverpool who leads to 11.85. Elsewhere in the pool, a couple to talk about. Amber Hinton in lane 1. Gold medalist at the Aquatics GB Next Gen Championships in the summer on the 1500 freestyle and the 800 freestyle. Silver on the 200 free. That will have been in the 15 years age group last year. And interestingly, the silver medalist in the 800 free was Phoebe Lawton, who goes in lane 4. So they would have been in the same race, gold and silver. Hinton in lane 1 and Lawton in lane 4 currently. Sophie Dowding still ahead, 3:20.45, now over a second clear of Ellie Hull as we turn for 300 metres. turn now for 400 meters complete. We start to see the field spread out a little more. Dowding very much in control of the early stages of this race. 4:29.2 at 400. Ellie Hull is now nearly 2 seconds behind. Certainly plausible that the previous heat will actually be faster than this one. No one in this heat has done a time as fast as the winning time in the previous heat. So last heat was won in a 17:20. Nobody across this heat has gone that fast before. Interestingly, just looking in a little more detail at some of the results from the summer, I talked about the fact that the gold and silver medalists on the 1500 free, or rather the 800 free, were in the water. Amber Hinton being the gold medalist and Phoebe Lawton being the silver medalist in that same age group, the 15 years. Well, we've also got the silver medalist in the 1500 freestyle in the 15 years age group from the summer. That was Iris Hurst in lane 9. Also took silver in the 200 medley and the 400 free that week. It's set to be a great time for Sophie Dowding if she can continue this pace. Currently about 7 seconds inside PB. That would place her sub 17:20. .723.0 to turn there. When she said her best time, she turned in 7:30. At the 650 meter mark. So yeah, if Dowding can continue this pace or even build on it, then on track for a particularly strong time. Sub 8 at the 700 meter mark. 7 minutes 57.98. It's about 8 seconds now inside PB pace for Sophie Dowding. Here's the halfway turn. Always a good indication of where we're going to end up. 8:32.8 is the halfway turn for Sophie Dowding. If she can even split this 1500, that would put her 17, just over 17 minutes really, 17 and 4. So a lot of wiggle room for her to set a new best time. Previously, as I said, that was 17:26. Set that at the Bucks long course in February. Bucks, of course, for those of you that are not familiar, is the British Universities and Colleges event. Takes place every year. This will be 17 lengths completed for Sophie Dowding and then the rest of the field. So it's Dowding over first there, over halfway through now. 14-year-old Ellie Hull continues to hold her second place position. Freya Gordon of Hazelmere finds herself in third currently. And you can see that leading three, some distance between them and the rest of the field. Katie Otterson and Francesca Harrison currently sat between or behind the leading three, but pacing each other almost stroke for stroke. .10.52 at 950, so Dowding is still 7 to 8 seconds underneath PB pace. Two-thirds of the way there on this turn. Dowding turns in 11.27.7. Yeah, no sign of dipping from pace at all. Freya Gordon now in second place, with Ellie Hull just dipping into third, but not a lot between those two at all. Just half a second separating second from third as things stand. If you're just joining us, you're watching Heat 2 of the Women's 1500 Freestyle at the Aquatics GB Swimming Championships London 2026, live from the London Aquatics Centre. And Sophie Dowding of the City of Liverpool is a good 5 metres ahead of anybody else in this field. Currently sitting 7 to 8 seconds inside PB pace. 13.13 on that turn. Yeah, it's a solid 8 seconds, you know. And with Freya Gordon keeping her in her sights, she should be on track for her best time here as well. Ellie Hull could also join the PB club at the front of this pack. Katie Otterson in 7 has now moved away from Fran Harrison in lane 8, and she has got her sights on Ellie Hull in 6. So Otterson trying to move up one place, and is almost within a second of doing that. Can't rule Freya Gordon out of this one just yet either, as she has really started to increase the pace and try and close the gap on these last few meters. 26 of 30 lengths completed on this turn, so we've got 200 meters to go. 14:58.8. So still pretty much exactly 8 seconds inside PB pace at the moment for Sophie Dowding, City of Liverpool. Freya Gordon on track for a new best time as well. 15:02 she turns in. About 4 seconds back from the leader at the moment, but possible that that gap will close over the next 200 meters or so. Ellie Hull trying to fend off Katie Otterson, who's been trying to make a move on her for the last 300 meters. Freya Gordon is swimming faster per 50 than Sophie Dowding right now. Dowding there, split at 35.0 and Gordon of 34.4, and if she can take half a second to a second off every 50, then she will be slowly reeling in Sophie Dowding, though there is only 100 meters left to swim as we come in to take the bells. Huge support here at the London Aquatics Centre for Sophie Dowding. For the last 16 and a half minutes, we've been inundated with shouts of "Go Soph!" And that's exactly what Sophie has been doing. Last 50 to swim, 16:43.2. Split on her PB was 16:52, so she's now actually even further underneath PB pace, and Freya Gordon's coming back at her. This is going to be two huge new best times for these two swimmers. Freya Gordon of Hazelmere determined to get as close as she can to the leader, but Sophie Dowding has gone to her legs and increased the pace now on this last 50 as well. So it will be Sophie Dowding of the City of Liverpool that's going to take this first position in Heat 2, and it'll be the top time we've seen. 17:17.0. It's a huge new PB from Sophie Dowding. It's a 9-second lifetime best from a City of Liverpool swimmer. Freya Gordon goes 17:18.61. That is a new lifetime best, again by 9 seconds. Ellie Hull, aged 14, goes 17:25.66. That's a new PB by a couple of seconds from the City of Birmingham swimmer. And Katie Otterson from Newcastle, 17:30.13 from her. That's a new lifetime best by nearly a second too. So the top 4 swimmers all achieve new PBs. Freya Gordon really wasn't giving up that. Came back in a 32 mid to try and catch Sophie Dowding, but in the end just ran out of pool. If there was another 100 meters, she'd have had her. There's the official result for the women's 1500 meters freestyle. Dowding, Gordon and Hull confirmed as your top 3. One more heat to bring you in this session. This is Heat 3. Third heat of 1500 meters freestyle at the Aquatics GB Swimming Championships, London 2026. Swimmers in this one: Phillida Britton goes in 0 for Ealing. 1 is Millie Frelful for the City Leeds. 2 is Grace Cummings for Thanet. In 3 is Charlotte Searle for the City of Birmingham. Lane 4 is Emily Johnson for the Uni of Bath. 5 is Alice Forrest for Devonside and Gateshead. 6 is Isabel Hall for the City of Leeds. 7 is Talia Staines for Devonside and Gateshead. 8, Amy Kenworthy for Winsford. And 9 is Ivy Haggerty for Thanet. So that 17-17 previous heat tops the swims we've seen so far. Of course, only 3 heats in this afternoon session. One more heat will follow in tonight's final session. So as I was saying earlier, we don't swim a heat in a final of a 1500, same for the 800. We race them as heat declared winner. And that means that the fastest swimmer across all of the heats is crowned the British champion. That does mean that you could swim in this heat, pull out an excellent time, and find yourselves on the British podium. To give you a sense of what that would require, the fastest entrant into the 1500 overall is Amelie Bloxage, 16:10.2. To get on a theoretical program, so to get in the top 3 based on entry time, you need to go underneath 16:40. So we're not just asking swimmers here to go sub 17 if they wanted to be in consideration for a medal. They'd also need to go 20 seconds faster than that and break 16:40. If somebody did that, then they'd absolutely be in with a shot at taking a medal from this heat. Three swimmers turned together. Emily Johnson in 4 was the first of the 3, but only by 0.4 of a second. And actually those 3 swimmers separated only by half a second. Johnson, Searle and Cummings, the 3 who lead. Another youngster goes in this one. 14-year-old Isabel Hall from the City of Leeds in lane 6. Gold medalist at the Aquatics GB Next Gen Championships on the 1500 freestyle in the summer. She also took a silver on the 800 free and the 200 IM. In fact, I've done her a disservice there. She took the gold medal on the 200 and the 400 IM. Still seems to be this leading pack. Cummings, Searle and Johnson in 2, 3 and 4. And they are 5 seconds ahead of Alice Forrest in lane 5, who currently leads the rest of the swimmers. Grace Cummings really starting to try and make a move here. She enters on her lifetime best, 17:14.31. First 500 metres complete, and Grace Cummings now breaking away from that leading pack. '19-year-old Grace Cummings from Thanet occupies lane 2. It's qualified for the British Champs the last couple of times of asking. In fact, first made the British Champs in 2023, so make this possibly her 4th British Champs. Also, as many of our 1500 metre swimmers do, has a dabble in open water. That has placed at open water competitions, national open water competitions recently. Emily Johnson currently in 2nd place, gold medalist at Swimming England Nationals on the 400 free. Truly is an excellent swim from Grace Cummings so far, provided she's not gone out too hard. This is going to be the halfway turn, and when she set her best time, she turned it halfway in 8 minutes 31. Let's see what her halfway turn comes in at this time. It's Cummings on the wall, 8:19.56. So she is more than 10 seconds faster than PB pace right now. In fact, closer to 12 seconds inside PB pace right now. Current best time is a 17:14, set that in this pool. No, she didn't. She said it at Crawley. She said some of her other times in this pool. Said it at Crawley at the Kent County Championships at the start of the month. But will be no stranger to racing here at the London Aquatics Centre. In fact, out of her best times, 6 or 7 of them were set here. .8 on the 850 metre turn. If anything, she's increasing in pace. I mean, that turn there on her PB swim was a 9:40, and she's just turned in 9:26. So she's, if we could put a record line of where her PB was, she would be 5 or maybe even 10 metres ahead of that by now. 10 minutes, .31. Yeah, she is 15 seconds inside PB pace right now. And that gets exciting because her PB being 17:14, if she can set a new 15-second best time, she would go underneath 17 minutes for the first time. Well, you bear in mind that 5th place at the British Champs last year was a 16:48. You'd expect to see a time sub 17 fall into the fastest heat next year. You certainly would this year. If you went sub 17, you'd be in a central lane of that fastest heat. It's now nearly 20 metres between Grace Cummings of Thanet and the rest of this field. She is 2/3 of the way there. Just needs to maintain this pace now. It's now closer to 20 seconds underneath PB pace. Just keeps getting quicker and quicker. That's 1,100, so 400 to go, turns in 12:14.5. Yeah, she is now more than 20 seconds inside PB pace. Second at the moment is Emily Johnson in lane 4. Both these swimmers, same age, both 19 years old, in fact, born only a few days apart. Just looks so strong and comfortable in the water as she approaches now the turn for 1,200 metres. .300 left to swim for Grace Cummings of Thanet. She's now nearly 25 metres clear of anybody else. Remember 10 minutes ago when free swimmers were all bunched together? Couldn't imagine that the race would have ended up quite like this. (13:55.20). I mean, she's now closer to 25 seconds inside PB pace. A 25-second PB would put her at the 16:50 mark, which would be sensational. Okay, this is where she needs to dig deep. 200 metres left to swim. 1,300 complete. Turns in 14:28. She is now more than 25 seconds inside PB pace. It's going to be closer, I think, to a 30-second best time by the time that she's done. And I said at the top of this, I said if you wanted to get on the podium, you'd want to be inside 16:40 to stand a chance. Well, I don't think she's quite going to be inside 16:40, but she could be around the 16:45 mark, which would just be phenomenal. 15:02 on that turn. Yeah, she is now 28 seconds inside PB pace. Well, maybe you know Grace, maybe you don't, but if you want to give her some encouragement, I would recommend it very much. 100 metres left to go on this turn. She won't really know. She'll know she's going fast, but she won't have any idea what the time is, of course. But if she hears your voices, she might just push that little bit more. 15:35, she turns in there. So that's exactly 30 seconds inside PB pace. Just needs to hold on. for 55 more meters. Whatever it is, it's going to be a PB. But this is going to put her certainly, possibly in the top 5 overall. Last 50 meters for Grace Cummings of Thanet. You are watching an exceptional swim in heat 3 of the women's 1500 meters freestyle. Lifetime best for her before today was 17:14.31. She is going to be well inside 16 minutes. She might even be inside 16:45. This is going to be a massive, massive swim. London, show your appreciation for Grace Cummings of Thanet. What an effort. 16:41.66. 16:41.66 for Grace Cummings of Thanet. She looks at it. She looks up at the scoreboard and she cannot believe it. A huge smile on her face, as there absolutely should be. 16:41.66. That would put her last year 4th overall. Emily Johnson goes 17:04.90 to finish 2nd. That is a huge PB from her. 4 seconds taken off her best time. Amy Kenworthy goes 17:11. That's a huge new best time as well. But Grace Cummings, 16:41.66, more than 30 seconds taken off her best time. Absolutely sensational. Isabel Hall is coming through now in lane 6, and Ivy Haggerty just following up behind, and London give them a smattering of applause as they come into the wall just to say well done to them. Perfect. So that's all of our athletes in from heat 3 of the 1500 freestyle. And now we're going to have to watch that time, 16:41. Well, it could realistically end up on the podium. There is a real chance that 16:41 could end up on the podium depending on how tonight's fastest heat goes. There's the official result on your screen now. 16:41.66, that winning time for Grace Cummings. Now, following this 1500 freestyle, we have a swim-off to bring you. So yeah, swim off to follow next. This will be in the women's 100 meters backstroke, and it's for a place in the B final, the B para final. So there's your start list on the screen. Tony Shaw goes in lane 4, the S9 swimmer from the University of Aberdeen, and we'll see Scarlett Humphrey of Loughborough University in lane 5. These swimmers tied on British para-swimming points, 656 points each. Whoever scores more points in this swim-off will have a place in the B final of the women's 100 meters backstroke. And the para-swimmers uniquely, again, theoretically can medal from the B finals. So all to swim for to get that place and to have another swim tonight. This is the women's 100 meters backstroke swim-off. So these two swimmers inseparable on points this morning in the heats, and therefore we've got to swim again to see who can score the most in this swim-off. Whoever scores the most points will qualify for tonight's B final. And you've got the added drama here of Tony Shaw is going to finish first, most likely, but Scarlett Humphrey could then come along and score more points because they're in different classifications. Tony Shaw swims as an S9 swimmer, That means she has a physical impairment. Scarlett Humphrey swims as an S11 swimmer. That means she has a visual impairment. In fact, Scarlett uses completely blacked out goggles. All S11 athletes need to, unless they have prosthetic eyes. And you can see the tappers at either end. It's actually Dad on tapping duty at the top end, and he gives us a little wave to let us know that he's paying full attention. Tony Shaw is leading here, as we would expect. Last 20 metres then. We usually in a swim-off know who's won the swim-off because they hit the wall first, they go into the final. That's not the case. It's whoever out of these two scores the most points that goes into the final. Last now 5 metres for Tony Shaw, the S9 swimmer. How fast can she go this afternoon? Into the wall in 1:18.68, 643 points, so slightly less than before. Scarlett Humphrey could top that, can she? Yes, she can. 657 points for Scarlett Humphrey. So Scarlett Humphrey will go into tonight's B final because she scored the most points. And in the end, next to nothing between them again, really, on points, was that? 14 points separated them in the end. Now, we'll have to hold a second for the official result to come through from that swim-off because Scarlett's racing. She's an S11 swimmer, and her goggles there are completely blacked out. And you'll see that she'll have to hand her goggles over to the official, who will hold them up to the light, just confirm that there is no light able to pass through. And there is Scarlett out the pool. Goggles handed over to the official. Holds them up to the light. And all confirmed, no light's able to pass through. And that means that straight away, pretty much, we should be able to see the official results. And yes, we can confirm that result is official. So Tony Shaw in second place with 643 points. Scarlett Humphrey qualifies for the B final tonight with 657. And that brings this session to a close. A massive thank you to joining us, whether it's been on the Aquatics GB YouTube channel or here at the London Aquatics Centre. A massive thank you to our officials. You can now leave the poolside. We'll be back for B and Junior finals tonight from 6 o'clock. They start from 6, and then the A finals, all the coverage starts from 7:30. So make sure you're ready either on the Aquatics GB YouTube channel or here at the London Aquatics Centre for those finals. 6 o'clock for A's, 6 o'clock for B's and Juniors, and the A's start from 7:30 tonight.